Ma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes. It was moved by Anderson and seconded by Schwartz. The motion is adopted unanimously. Action taken in closed session must be reported to the public once closed session ends. Today's closed session began at 4 p.m. The Board of Education took action on the following items. Mr. Barham.
Okay. It was moved by Member Anderson and seconded by Mrs. Wiersma to approve the compromise and release agreement for case 20250-40408. The motion to approve was adopted with a vote of 4-1, with the following readouts: Schwartz, yes; Wiersma, yes; Komrosky, yes; Anderson, yes; Barham, not present. It was moved by Member Anderson and seconded by Member Schwartz to approve the compromise and release agreement for case EG and LG. The motion to approve was adopted with a vote of 4-1, with all members voting yes except for myself because I was not present. It was moved by Member Barham and seconded by Member Schwartz to approve the settlement for case CVS W2-309604. The motion to approve was adopted with a vote of 5-0. It was moved by Member Anderson and seconded by Member Schwartz to rescind the CRT Resolution 2022-23-21. The motion to approve was adopted unanimously with a vote of 5-0.
And then Dr. Komrosky.
The board unanimously voted today in closed session to rescind resolution to critical race theory that would comply with the guidelines established by the California Court of Appeal and its recent ruling and other relevant law. That committee will continue to proceed as planned. The board respects the rule of law and is committed to enacting policies that reflect the values of the community.
Thank you. Next, we have student recognitions and announcements. Do we have any? I know that TVEA is not here today.
Is CSEA?
CSEA? Okay. And we don't have any student comments. Okay, we're going to start with information and reports. The board commissioned a third-party investigation in response to a dispute involving two board members. An investigation report was prepared by a third-party investigator, which was initiated after a board member believed the district was negligent in handling the complaint. The investigator considered communication with a board member and legal counsel in the investigation. The board must take formal action to determine whether the complete investigation report should be disclosed to the two involved board members. If the report is to be disclosed, the board must also take action to determine whether the communications or information reported by legal counsel to the investigator should be redacted or disclosed. Any disclosure of the report and the legal counsel's confidential statements therein will constitute a waiver of attorney-client privilege. Any waiver of the attorney-client privilege at this time will subject the report and its contents to future disclosure. So then I'm going to turn the time over to our legal counsel.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carrie McNally, and I'm here to help you facilitate the conversation about this item and the information, and then later the action item. I want to just remind everyone that the only issue presented on these two items is whether or not to waive the attorney-client privilege to allow for the disclosure of this complete report to the two involved board members. Typically, at the beginning of such an item, because we do have two involved board members, those two board members would recuse themselves from the conversation as well as the vote on the issue. So at this time, before we go any further, I did want to give the two involved board members the opportunity to recuse themselves and step out of the room for the conversation and discussion.
Can I make a brief statement with that?
If it relates to the recusal and or the way of, okay?
Yes, it does. At this point, having considered ethical and moral implications and acquiring advice from advisors, I myself am going to recuse myself.
Great. And so with that, then I just ask that you step out, and when the rest of the board finishes the conversation, we'll let you know. Did you want to? We'll just wait. Oh.
Let her go.
I was not prepared for this eventuality or possibility. There was no information given to me that I would be not part of the discussion. And
It's your choice.
no, I'm not going to recuse myself.
Okay, with that, what I do need to know from the remaining board members, the other three, is if you feel comfortable proceeding with this information item and ultimate action on the issue of the waiver of the privilege, even though Mr. Schwartz has not recused himself.
So basically, we have to give consensus on whether we want him to be here or to have him recused, right? Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking if you are comfortable proceeding with the matter with him electing not to recuse himself.
And you said traditionally, board members that are involved recuse themselves. It's historical practice.
I can't speak to historical practice here, but generally, when an individual has a personal interest in a decision of the board, they recuse themselves, stepping out of the room for the discussion as well as the vote.
With that said, I know, Mr. Schwartz, you don't feel comfortable leaving because you felt put on the spot to not have to decide this at the moment, but I still think you should recuse yourself. So I do feel uncomfortable proceeding unless he recuses, but you can see what the other two board members think.
I think it's his choice.
Yeah, I think it's his choice. I think we need to just proceed and get through this as a board. It's just a matter of getting through this.
Okay, so what I can do is I'll present some information. When the vote is taken, we can revisit just to see if there's a change of heart on your part, and then proceed with the vote when we get there. So the one thing that I guess the main thing that I want to share with you all tonight is that you will be asked to take a vote on whether or not to waive the privilege and allow for the disclosure of the full investigation report to the two involved board members. The implication of waiving the attorney-client privilege is that the document at that point becomes available, and the privilege is waived for all time. And so it's not something that you can pick and choose as to then who you would give the document to or who you would not give the document to. And so a waiver of the attorney-client privilege on this document tonight would be forever. The other issue that you'll be having to consider is in the investigation report, there are statements by board counsel that were made in his role as board counsel reflecting conversations that he had with other individuals. So those discrete statements within the report are also a second layer of attorney-client privilege that you have to consider whether or not to waive. And so you actually have the option of waiving the report in its entirety, including the statements by that were given to the investigator by board counsel. You have the option to waive the privilege as to the report, but redact those comments made by board counsel. Or you have the option of not waiving privilege and not disclosing the report to the interested parties and retaining that as an attorney-client privileged document.
Can you clarify who the privilege is with? Is it the board or individual board members?
Right, so the attorney-client privilege in this case, as it relates to the document of the investigation report, is between the district and the attorney. And so in this case, my firm, as well as the document, the comments within the document, those communications are, again, with the district, the board as a whole, and the attorney who gave those, gave that advice that's then being shared with the investigator. So it's between the district and its attorneys. It's not between any individual and an attorney.
Do you have any questions regarding the privilege?
Are we just taking this straight to vote?
No, I'm waiting for questions or.
Oh, yeah. So one of my questions is, it seems awkward to have a board potentially release unredacted documents when we as a board haven't even seen them. We've only seen a summary. We have not seen redacted, so I feel extremely uncomfortable considering this when I haven't seen anything in that regard that we're even voting on. So can you speak to that, and is that common practice?
Right, so the board has all had the opportunity, and I believe that you all did take the opportunity to review an executive summary of the report. That executive summary contains the findings. That's the bulk of the content of the report. So I do believe that there has been the opportunity to see and glean sufficient information to determine whether or not to waive the privilege as to the whole report.
Right, but for lack of better words, we haven't seen the raw data by which the summary report was, formulated. That raw data could be an immense amount of material or not, and it could include members of the cabinet or not, or members of the public that we don't know about. So that's what I'm getting at. The raw data seems very concerning. I would have no ability to properly assess what I'm voting on until I see that raw data, who's implicated in on it, because then it goes public.
Can I ask a question?
Well, hold on. I still want her to speak, though, because this is important, yeah.
So I just want to clarify, just so I'm not confused, I'm assuming that's what we're voting on right now, is to release the raw data and determine whether or not board members should have access to that.
Right, the issue is whether or not the two involved board members would have access to that, as you call it, raw data. It's the summary of the investigative interviews, the summary of the documents that were reviewed. It's the evidence, if you will, that was considered when reaching the conclusions that you have reviewed. If the board, the remaining board members, that is the uninvolved 3 board members, do not feel comfortable making a decision on whether or not to release it to the other two board members without first reviewing that document, there could be a motion made to table the decision on the waiver issue until the three remaining uninvolved board members have had the opportunity to review the report and then come back together to decide whether or not to disclose to the involved board members.
So why weren't we given that opportunity in the first place?
The idea or the thought was that the findings are the bulk of and the significant piece of the report. And the thought would be if the findings were known, that would suffice for your determination because you know what the evidence shows. The evidence supports those findings. You know the findings.
But not the evidence that supports the findings. I don't know that. I only know my own interview. That's all I know.
Right, but you know how your interview contributed to the findings, and you know the findings. The findings are the findings of fact and the conclusions.
So one question I had that I just discussed with your firm and a couple other firms is whether or not if, for example, Mr. Schwartz's attorney wants a copy of this and we determine that this is privileged, then his ability to obtain a copy going through the court process. So we decide this is privileged, we're not releasing it to the other two board members, that could look like a long, drawn-out legal case that would end up with a copy of the report in his attorney's hands anyway. So what are the implications of if it's not privileged and then the district has to go to court? And is it a district? That's a little confusion I have too, is right now the district is embrangled and I'm feeling like I'm being told a couple different things about their involvement. So what does it look like?
I want to make sure that I'm understanding your question. So if the board decides tonight
that this is privileged and Mr. Schwartz's attorney wants a copy of this for him, what does that look like for the district going ahead? Does that look like his attorney bringing litigation or taking us to court to get copies of this?
So I and my firm represent the district, and I don't want to give a roadmap for how to bring litigation against the district. But right, but if there was litigation over the status of the report being protected by the attorney-client privilege, that could end up in court. And if a court decides that it is not covered by the attorney-client privilege, then, as you said, the document would need to be released, but that would be after the conclusion of a court case.
So I have a couple questions. Why don't we just ask Mr. Schwartz, if this is privileged and the board decides to not release it, are you going to ask your lawyer to forcibly release it?
I'm not going to answer that.
Okay, then the second question is can a governing board member require a lawyer to file litigation on the board itself of which he's a member? Dr. Woods, I'd like you to answer that as well, or if anybody on this panel, but I'm directing it at you.
Oh, I would defer to our attorney on that one.
Okay.
Say the question again.
Can a sitting governing board member sue the district of which he's a governing board member of? Because that's where this is going to be going, if he in fact sues to get that documentation. And maybe I asked you in case Mrs. Lash could familiarity with lawsuits. Okay.
Right there. there are cases in Southern California where governing board members have sued the district of the board that they sit on. Again, I don't want to give advice and create a roadmap for potential litigation, so I am telling you that I have seen and been involved in litigation where board members have sued the
Have you seen
district.
that, in fact, and thank you for that, have you seen it to where if a governing board member sues the district of which the board member belongs, do they have to recuse themselves of operating in the capacity of being a governing board member?
They do not have to recuse themselves from matters that are unrelated to their litigation.
Maybe we
I mean,
can
the
talk
awkward-
about some of the motions. And I can let you just, in transparency, know my thought process here. There's a lot of litigation going on with our, yeah?
If you guys are going to vote, I will walk out because I don't want to have to influence anyone in how they vote.
Okay,
I'm just interested
listening.
in hearing what's going on. As I said, I wasn't prepared to be, nothing in the agenda said that we would be not part of the discussion since I was the person involved. Since I'm the one affected by the accusation and the investigation. And your question is correct. If I don't get it, do I want to get it? Well, I don't know. I have to talk to my attorney about that. But obviously, since I was the one accused in public, then I'm the one who wants to know
Okay,
what's in there.
okay,
Thank you.
thank you. So let me just let you know the direction that my thought process is. We do have a lot of attorney fees, and there's a lot of litigation going on with the district right now. Those fees are adding up. I spoke with Mr. Adams, and I spoke with two other attorneys, and the end result, if Mr. Schwartz wants a copy of this for his attorney, is very likely that he will get a copy of this for his attorney. So my thought process is, and it still right now is, if the inevitable is that Mr. Schwartz's attorney is going to get a full copy, unredacted, of this, then why would we pay for 4 or 5 months of legal fees to end up at that point? Now, that's not a guarantee, but I would like to mitigate the cost of that. So then there's options as well to protect. I added, and I asked you to look at it, the alternative motion, which would be a motion that the board waive attorney-client privilege and authorize the release of the investigation report to the 2 involved board members. But we're going to redact the identities of legal counsel, mediators, staff, consultants, and any other. So anyone that somehow became embrangled in this, that we will redact all of those names so that the board can have, or so that the 2 board members can have a copy of it, but that anybody who was a witness or involved, including legal counsel, that their names be redacted.
All right, well, I'll just let you know how I'm voting. I'm going to vote for no redaction at all. It's a privileged document. I don't want the matter between 2 board members civilly being released into the public, airing the dirty laundry, and including cabinet members. So if he doesn't recuse himself, you 3 can vote however you're going to vote, but I'm going to vote no on anything being released.
So are you okay if I make the alternative motion that we release it and then we can have a vote from us 4?
So can I clarify before you do that?
Yeah.
So you're going to make the alternative motion that we waive attorney-client privilege, redacting the identities of everyone in the report except for the individuals at the Christmas tree. Is that what we're doing? Except for the
I'll
individuals
write,
at the Christmas
except for
tree.
the individuals at the Christmas tree there. Okay, so let me read that again.
So can I ask
Uh-huh.
a question? When you say that you, in the alternative motion, are going to motion to waive the attorney-client privilege as to the report, or only, or as to the report and the content of council's comments that's contained in the report?
That motion was not council's comments as retained into the report. I just wanted to make sure that, like, and again, I'm not an attorney, but I know that there are other members of the public and organizations that might be listed in this, and so I was hoping we could redact those names.
I just want to make sure that we're clear that when
That it
you
would
say
be a
here,
full release with the names of community members, so we'll redact
just
names.
staff,
I don't want this to come back to staff. I don't want it to come back to community members. So I want those names redacted to protect those individuals, because I don't think that they,
that are going to be voting understand that it's a
Yeah.
waiver of the privilege as it relates to the report.
Yes.
And the content of council's comments that's captured in the report.
yes.
That's all.
And then we'll redact all the names.
Correct.
Okay.
So I have a question for you, Dr. Anderson. I think this makes the board look bad collectively, so can you and/or Mr. Barham explain to me why you would want this the way you do, to be released to the public?
I feel like I just explained it, that, one, that the likelihood of this being released to the public is very high if we go through the court process, and that's going to cost the district tens of thousands of dollars, for the end result being that it's released anyway. And so in my mind, I want it to move forward as a board, and the longer that we don't, the more this is just going to be hanging over our heads. So it's sort of, if it's going to be released anyway, why would we pay the money to fight it and end up having to release it in the end? So
Well, we don't know that Mr. Schwartz is going to take that action.
yeah,
So you're presupposing that he will?
I don't accept, there is information I have that I just can't talk about everything, so that's my feeling. That's all I can say, is that's my feeling. And
Mr.
you'll have to
Barham?
go with your gut.
I mean, my feeling is that this investigation went further than just the accusations made against Mr. Schwartz in public, but the scope of the investigation by the person doing the accusing was increased by, she asked for it in terms of the district's involvement. Okay, so I feel like because of that, I mean, we're here to represent the district, that the findings and the evidence to support those findings should be released.
I thank you both for clarifying.
So if there's no further questions, I will make the motion. I'm going to use the alternative motion where the full report is released, redacting the names, and Mr. Barham asked to say everyone except for the members of the Christmas tree picture. Okay, so let me just read it. Motion that the board waive the attorney-client privilege and authorize the release of the investigation report to 2 involved board members, redacting the identities of legal counsel, mediators, staff, and consultants, except for the members of the Christmas tree picture. Do I have a second?
Second.
Lene?
Schwartz,
Yes.
Komrosky,
No.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes. The motion passes 3-1 with Mrs. Wiersma not being present. Okay, would someone like to go get her and bring her back?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We'll wait till Mrs. Wiersma comes. What was that? We have the LCAP and local indicators.
Dr. Anderson, we actually don't necessarily have a presentation for this. Ms. Brown, our Director of Assessment and Accountability, is available for questions. But as you recall, at the last board meeting, we had her present very beautifully in 6 minutes the entire LCAP. So she's here with any additional questions that you may have. Otherwise, it'll be up for approval tonight.
Okay, and there's also information in the Friday update that I think the board members all have access to. Did anyone have questions regarding the LCAP? No? All right, the next would be the first reading of the amended board policy 5127, graduation ceremonies and activities. And that is submitted by a lot of people. Okay, I'm going to ask Mr. Barham to present this information.
So the great thing about this amended motion was that it's something that I love. We get together with principals, we get together with directors, and we talk, and teachers, and we collaborate on how we should proceed, and that is basically what we did here with this motion on graduation ceremonies. And we all came to the conclusion that this is first and foremost an academic ceremony, and that the valedictorian and salutatorian should be given first rights of refusal in terms of giving a speech. And that is, I mean, that basically goes with tradition. So they will be given an opportunity to speak. They don't have to. But in addition to that, I think we came up with, if additional, to give, we want the graduating class to be represented not just by the valedictorian and salutatorian, but people have different experiences that make impacts at graduation ceremonies. And so we want to give other students an opportunity to speak. So we want to make that process as objective as possible. So as a group, we decided that speeches would be submitted without the person actually, anonymously, that they're anonymously put forward without a rehearsal, and that the best speeches win. And the people who are judging the speeches don't know who those kids are. So we felt that that was the most objective way to do it, taking the subjectivity out of it, and we agreed, and we wrote this policy in 1 hour. And it worked very, very well. So I'm really pleased with everybody's input. There were some assistant principals from some of the high schools, a principal, our director, and it went really, really well. So I'm hoping that we can support this.
Okay, so we'll consider this a first read. Did you have any questions about the graduation policy?
So I do. Not so much a question. The first thing I want to do is thank Joseph for his work in this arena, because I know he was troubleshooting things behind the scenes with a family, brought the suggestion to Gary. So I just want to thank him. Obviously, a lot of voices have spoken into this, and I think it's really important. I think it's a great thing if you've got diversity of thought. But I know that he was involved from the initiation. The one thing I want to point out that I would love to add in this, and for the board to consider, is that California policy dictates that students must fill out the FAFSA or opt out. What must be noted is that California Ed Code states that neither filling out the FAFSA or the opt-out form limits or penalizes them from fully participating in the graduation ceremony. There have been moments, because I've been talked to from constituents about this, that they feel like there was mixed messaging in what they were receiving with this. So I want to be sure that when we talk to parents, that there's not a situation where students have been pressured with verbiage or made to worry about their access or involvement in a ceremony, because we do talk about senior privileges. I think that's appropriate based on academics, attendance, all of that is good. I just want to be sure that counselors don't ever ask a student to check the box for a parent, and that's never held over their head, so that they feel like they're kind of manipulated into the process. It's a good thing if they want FAFSA. It opens up a portal, but some families don't want that, and I just don't want them to feel like there's that caveat that says graduation is contingent upon that, if that makes sense. So I can submit this in an email. I know this is a first read, so perhaps this is something we can talk about and bring back.
What did you want added to it?
I just want to be sure that this reads so that a student and their family understand that if they choose not to fill out the FAFSA and to opt out, that it doesn't place a contingency upon them participating in the graduation ceremony, because there have been parents that have been told or suggested that that's a problem and that it could hold up them walking. So I just want clarification for families.
I agree. So I understand, because I do have a community member who somehow either didn't get an extra ticket or something to graduation because they didn't fill out the FAFSA. I can't remember what it was. So we can look at that language. It's not related to the speakers, but I feel like if you want to discuss it with me and maybe amending it and working with Dr. Woods or a cabinet member to look into that FAFSA issue, could we do that? Can we set a meeting for that? Okay.
It could fit in that second paragraph, so we could work on that.
Yeah, I can see. So we were just focused on the speakers on this one, but it is the whole, you're right, we're amending the graduation policy. So we'll keep this one as a first read, and then we'll discuss that in the future, because I understand that.
Right, and I'd just like to clarify that there is a law actually surrounding the completion of the FAFSA, or actually completing an opt-out. And I would also like to share, Ms. Wiersma, if you have that situation with a family where that has been the case, perhaps when we meet, you can share with me that information, because we're not privy to any of that.
I will, and they handled it. The family was able to work through it with the counselor, so they got it worked out. And I do know Ed Code dictates that. So it's just really important that they know it doesn't affect the act of actually graduating if they choose one of those.
Okay.
But this is going to go someplace else, not here necessarily, right?
No, so let's do this. Let's
I mean,
keep.
I understand what she's saying. I just don't think it fits here.
Yeah, no. Hers is FAFSA, so we will meet. Dr. Woods, it's okay. We can have Lene set up a meeting with Mrs. Velez, and we'll make sure that that is in policy, because I think we can have language and make sure that we're compliant with Ed Code law. So let's do that, and then we'll keep this as a first read.
It came up because the verbiage was it would be a privilege.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't want that item to be tied to.
Okay, we'll make sure that it's not. I'm not in disagreement with you on that.
Thank you.
Item. Okay, the
So I had
next.
something to add.
Yeah, you had
I
information.
didn't get to speak, yeah. So I think this is a win with the Val and the Sal being able to speak, and site admin still being able to properly vet the 3 additional speakers. So I like it. My concern is, where's David Schlottman's name? Now, I'm not certain that they have a Val and the Sal at Rancho Vista High School, but why not? Just saying. We got 3 principals. I went to his graduation. He did vet speakers. We had one on stage. What about that?
I can answer that there was no intention to leave out any of the principals or high schools. That I set up a meeting because the principals reached out with concerns with the original policy that I had on last meeting. So that was not intentional to not invite David.
But this applies to all 4 high schools, correct? Well, this is for Dr. Woods now. Does this apply to all 4 high schools if Mr. Schlottman wanted to?
Yeah, we need to get his input for sure.
Yeah, so can I give you direction to send this to him for review before the next board meeting? Can I get consensus? Is everyone okay if we send this to him? Okay.
You can't forget Rancho Vista High School. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. So the next one is information item number 4, and I was going to look for board consensus. Oh, we have 2 public comments. Thank you, Lene, keep track of me. So 2 public comments on resolutions.
Oops. First up is David Sola, followed by Sarah Bell.
Good evening. I want to begin by saying that I do believe there should be fairness in school athletics. An advantage, even at no fault of the child, is still an advantage. I believe biological boys should not compete against biological girls in competitive sports. That's a complex issue, and it deserves thoughtful, respectful conversation. But I also believe we cannot and must not use that belief as a license to marginalize, erase, or attack transgender youth. And that's what this Title IX resolution, introduced during Pride Month, appears designed to do. Let's be clear, Title IX is a civil rights law, not a political tool. It was enacted to ensure that no person, not just girls, and not just those who fit into narrow gender expectations, is excluded from educational opportunity on the basis of sex. Over time, that protection has been recognized as inclusive of LGBTQ+ students, particularly after the landmark Supreme Court ruling in Bostock versus Clayton County in 2020, which held that discrimination on the basis of gender identity or sexual orientation is discrimination because of sex. While Bostock dealt with employment under Title VII, its reasoning has been cited by multiple federal courts and the U.S. Department of Education in applying the Title IX protections to transgender students as well. That legal interpretation affirms that transgender youth are protected under the very law being invoked in this resolution. By presenting this resolution, how much more funding are you opening up for girls' sports? How many more coaches? How many more road games will the district provide transportation for? The answer is 0. Once again, you prefer to be performative and can't offer a single tangible thing for our students. If this board truly cared about fairness in girls' sports, we'd be addressing the real issues: underfunded programs, unequal facilities, and lack of investment in athletic opportunities for young women. Instead, we're being asked to support a resolution that seems less about protecting anyone and more about rebranding June, a month-long recognized as Pride Month, into a culture war statement. Let me be very clear, we don't need to choose between fairness and competition and compassion for transgender youth. We can do both. But what we cannot do is weaponize Title IX to score political points at the expense of vulnerable students. That is not the spirit of Title IX, and it is not what our students deserve from those entrusted with their education.
Thank you.
Sarah Bell.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Bell. I'm a parent in the district. I want to comment on 2 of the resolutions. Briefly, the Constitution Week resolution. I absolutely support civic education involvement. I'm here tonight, and I agree that the U.S. Constitution is vital for engaged citizenship. But this resolution seems more symbolic than substantive. If we want to foster civic awareness with our students, we need to expand real-life opportunities for these students to think critically, debate respectfully, and learn from history, not just a performative proclamation. It's not that I don't support this resolution, but I'd like to see more important topics on the agenda, such as funding for athletics, transportation, maintaining special needs staff. But that brings me to the more serious concern I have with the proposed Title IX resolution. This resolution completely cherry picks and misrepresents the actual purpose of Title IX, which was designed to protect students from sex-based discrimination. It was not intended to exclude transgender or gender non-conforming youth. So by framing gender identity as the threat to safety and privacy, the resolution not only misleads the public, but it contradicts California law. And we definitely don't need to do any more of that in our district. More importantly, it sends a chilling message to our students that are already vulnerable. This isn't about protecting girls. It's about using the language of the protection to push a narrow political agenda that has no place in a school district. If our board truly cares about student safety and success, we must center and focus on compassion for our students, the legality and inclusion, and not lead with fear and ideologies. I strongly urge our board to reject this resolution and focus instead on policies that serve all of our students with dignity and respect. Thank you.
Just a sec. Donna, you wrote resolution. You wanted to talk about this topic? You wrote under consent. Okay, one more public comment, sorry.
The point I'd like to make about this resolution is it's an opportunity to be on the right side of history and to comply with the federal guidelines and the Department of Justice. There's a greater threat of litigation if we don't comply, and we've seen evidence of that around the country. States act in a discriminatory sovereign manner while refusing to uphold Title IX and protecting women. I agree with former Major Jonathan Ingram, who says, as someone blessed with a family full of strong, inspiring women, 4 sisters, 2 daughters, nieces, 2 granddaughters, and my wonderful wife, I have witnessed the transformative power of sports in young women's lives. Whether on the field as a coach or in the stands as a proud parent, I have seen how sports builds confidence, teaches teamwork, and offers invaluable opportunities for growth. My concern centers on participation of biological males in girls' and women's sports. This is not a matter of exclusion or judgment, but of fairness. Decades of scientific research have lived and experienced, confirm that biological differences can create an uneven playing field, even with the best intentions. I believe that maintaining separate categories for boys and girls is essential to ensuring that our daughters and granddaughters have the same opportunity to compete, excel, and thrive as previous generations. I want to be clear. My stance is rooted in respect for all individuals. Every student deserves dignity, compassion, and the chance to participate in sports. At the same time, we must protect the integrity of girls' and women's athletics. This is not about denying anyone's identity or worth. It is about preserving the fairness and opportunities that so many young women have worked hard to achieve. I know this is a sensitive and complex issue, and I appreciate the thoughtful consideration that you are giving it. My hope is that as a community that we can come together to support all students while ensuring that girls' and women's sports remain a place where female athletes can shine. Thank you for your time and your commitment to our students. Sincerely, Jonathan Ingram, former council member and mayor, City of Murrieta.
Thank you. I am going to, before we get into this, I'm going to ask for consensus on a couple things. Mrs. Wiersma, I'm not going to make a motion because this is an information item, but I want to propose that the Constitution resolution be postponed until July. And the reasoning for that is I do believe this is a collaborative community effort involving other local school boards, some of our neighbors, and some members of the public. And at this time, I've been told it's not quite ready for submission and that there's a test that they would also like to submit. So Dr. Woods, first I wanted to let Mrs. Velez know that there is a test that community members have been working on and would like to submit along with this resolution. Just so they're aware that they would like the board to consider that. And the next thing is I'm going to just ask for board consensus to postpone this 1 month until all the information has been gathered.
So just a brief question on that. I know any of the ARs or information like that on the back end, for example, I know we've had someone mention here on the board that they'd like the teachers to put it together. I think a lot of the pieces are here tonight, so I wouldn't mind moving forward with the short discussion, understanding it can continue to be collaborative. I think that's a great thing, and we have talked to our neighbors to the north with Murrieta, so I'm really excited about this. And really, it came about as a result of Mr. Schwartz mentioning that he wanted the Constitution app on the iPad, and together here on the dais, I kind of threw out, let's do a Constitution Week, something where we can really advocate for our students to learn and pull in the teachers and do what we need to do to make this district-wide. So I guess we could push it off, but I don't think the test would make or break that. I think there's many things that we can speak into this moving forward.
So I'm going to look for consensus just because I did have community members and neighboring boards reach out for a little more time. Can we, okay, Mr. Barham would like to speak and then Mr. Schwartz.
No, I mean, I would like to know more about what is going to go on during the week, but in terms of the Constitution test, which I proposed, I don't think Constitution Week will have that much impact on the test because the teachers are going to have to teach the standards of the Constitution, and that would not happen. I think the Constitution Week that you're proposing is in September, right?
It is in September.
Okay, so they won't even be there yet. I mean, they're not going to be there probably, and correct me if I'm wrong, go into the Constitution. They won't be there till probably November. So would you agree?
I would agree, and there's particular grade levels based on the California state standards that are covered, already cover very thoroughly the Constitution as well.
Right, so I don't think the test would impact Constitution Week, whatever is planned that week.
If you want to save additional conversation for July, I'm not
The
opposed to
question
that.
is,
I would
the
like to
question
know
is,
I would like to know what is entailed in that. And I think Marietta has more in mind than we do. So I would like to wait to see what really is transpiring and what that entails.
What's funny is a trustee heard us talk about it, and that's when the idea came, and then we had discussions. So it's a great thing that we
That's
can work with them.
And-
Yes,
And I
yes.
like the collaboration between school districts, because that's really where we're going with this. And I was
Agreed.
just asking if we could just get a little more time. And
That's
then
fine.
You could put it on next with.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So we do have 3 people.
I just wanted to add,
yeah.
for those who don't know, it's already in Ed Code, it's 37221A, the anniversary of the adoption of the Constitution, on or near which date schools shall include exercises and instruction in the purpose, meaning, and importance of the Constitution. So this is nothing new. We're just trying to expand on the idea, and, you know, I think the best time would be to teach it, to celebrate it when we're actually teaching it. So I agree with you, Emil, that that's a good idea, to move it to when it's part of the curriculum.
And I'm not necessarily saying that because I think the Constitution was adopted in September, and that's why, isn't that correct? I think it is. And that's why we're having Constitution Week in September. But it doesn't necessarily align with when we're going to teach in the 8th grade the standards of the Constitution so that they're able to take what we want them to take. We want them to take a Constitution test in the 8th grade.
Did you read the statement by Barack Obama? I thought that was pretty awesome to see the celebration of the week and why it could be significant to recognize it that week. But maybe it's just a few activities, and it's not the whole week all day. But I just thought as a district, it would be awesome. So, yeah.
So let's just give it a little more time, dial it in a little tighter. Is that
Sure.
okay? Thank you.
I'd like
Thank
to
you
make
for-
a brief statement.
Yes, please.
I'm in support of the board doing this, so it comes back in a more robust fashion. I like the collaboration between different school boards as well. Yeah.
Thanks. So, Mrs. Ware, you've got the helm on the rest.
Okay, so back to Title IX. Many of you probably know yesterday.
This is tough.
Yeah.
I want to look for consensus before we go into this.
Didn't we gather that earlier? It was 2 minutes, and I just have a brief statement
Okay,
to make, and then whatever we need to do to keep it short. That's what we talked about at the approval.
Yeah, I'm treating these as 2 separate items.
Right,
So I
okay.
wasn't going to limit your time. So I want to look, this is a tough one, and you'll get to respond. But I want to look for consensus to postpone indefinitely item 4A. And the reason I want to do that is I want to pull this item off our agenda. And it's not because I don't support women's rights or safe spaces. I absolutely do. I've been fighting for them since the late 90s when I applied to dental school. At the time, there were over 600 applicants, at my university, and only 2 of us were women. I didn't get a lot of support back then, but I pushed forward anyway. I consider myself a feminist. I have a degree in human biology, and I believe in the scientific definition of what it means to be a woman. I also support women who are leading the charge, like, I don't know if anyone knows Kelly Jean Keene Minshall. She's also known as Posey Parker, not to be confused with Parker Posey. And groups like Standing for Women and Save Women's Sports. My concern is this resolution has no legal weight. It doesn't change policy. It doesn't protect students. It just opens the district up for unnecessary legal risk. I think we need to stay focused on real solutions. And then let me be clear. We're not here for fluff, feel-good statements, or political grandstanding. We're not passing resolutions just for the shits and giggles. We're here to solve real problems with real and lawful solutions that actually make a difference. That's what our community deserves, and that's what I feel like I'm delivering. That's why I brought forward a religious and mental health accommodation policy. It protects student privacy, girls' privacy, inspired by my own daughter and my granddaughter, while also following California law. I don't believe this should be about headlines, but about real protections for girls. So I don't want us to do another resolution that may cost us potentially millions of dollars in litigation.
So I can appreciate your statement, but we did approve the agenda as an information item, and I brought it forward. So respecting what you said, you've got to allow for me to read through this in addition to that. So I'm going to go ahead and read it.
Okay, so
and then we'll take the vote.
Board consensus to allow it to stay on? Okay, thank you.
Well, and I'm going to make a comment as well.
Would you like to make it now, or?
Yeah, well, did you get consensus that at least 3 board members do not want this on indefinitely? Is that what you're?
I asked and I didn't get it. Steve said he wants to leave this on for discussion. I'm looking for
The problem is you're doing this backwards. You've got to allow for discussion first, and the person who brought it
I'm looking for
forward.
consensus to remove it, and that's the reason I want to
But that would
remove
come
it.
at the approval of the agenda at the beginning. That's all I'm saying. So you've got to let me read through this. Then
Absolutely.
You can vote.
Okay.
Right.
Let's give you, information item is 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So yesterday was the 53rd anniversary of Title IX. And on June 2nd, the Department of Justice via Harmeet Dillon sent a letter to all districts with CIF members and political subdivisions of the state of California to remove Section 300D in CIF bylaws and to disallow men and women competing together in violation of the Equal Protection Clause. To avoid legal liability and unconstitutional sex discrimination, I'm asking us to comply with federal guidelines. Federal laws have always been traditionally a higher jurisdiction, and the fact is states don't have lawful sovereign rights to discriminate or to engage in bigotry. It is important as local elected officials to make a statement to CIF, our state legislators, and the Department of Justice, in addition to the entire TVUSD district, as to where we stand. And it does begin with this resolution. And as a constituent pointed out, we can watch what's happening in the country and choose to be on the right side of it, choose to protect our young women. And we know federally with Title IX, it's a big deal for states not to be complying. So because Harmeet wrote this letter, I wanted to ensure we weren't going to lose possible funding in the future or face fines. What they're asking for is for a district to certify that they have looked at this and they understand exactly what's being communicated. And we can do that without breaking a law and moving forward in a less than measured way. So that's why this is so important. And we do have Tony DeMarco, who is part of our council team, who has done this for other districts. We have our neighbors, Marietta, we have Chino, there are others who have taken a stand, and he knows exactly how to certify it properly by law, and yet taking the principled stand that we need to. And that's why this resolution is here tonight.
I agree with Mrs. Wiersma wholeheartedly, and I also want to shout out to Jonathan Ingram. I loved your 3-minute speech that Mrs. Stump read out, and I stand behind that as well. I see this as a symbolic stance that other school districts are taking to put pressure on the Assembly and the Senate to put pressure on CIF. So when you say, Dr. Anderson, about possibly being sued, we can reverse that and say, what about the state of California and CIF being sued as well? So the lawfare can go both ways, but the symbolic stance is just that. It's a symbolic stance. And collectively, from the ground up, when we represent the values of the parents of our community, and if they're traditional family values, most of the community in Temecula don't value gender identity being inserted into girls' sports. They value biological girls not participating with biological boys, or especially biological boys competing in biological girls' sports. It's an issue of safety and fairness, and even parental rights. So when you have this collective stand with school boards around Southern California, and even, the rest of California, it puts pressure to change laws at the Assembly level and at the Senate level so it can change California Ed Code. So I stand in direct contradiction or direct opposition to what CIF is standing for based upon the federal stance of what Mrs. Wiersma just read out with Harmeet Dillon. And that is a symbolic stance. And quite honestly, Jonathan Ingham's right. This is your chance to stand on the right side of history. So that's the way I see this. And it also reduces social and political activism, which we are suffering from dearly in this state. So I think it's I think it's a poor maneuver on your part to suspend this indefinitely.
Mr. Schwartz?
Yeah, I would just like to take issue with part of this resolution. Where it says, it quotes an executive order. An executive order is not law. Everyone knows an executive order is not law. An executive order is a directive to federal agencies, not law. In other words, if this law, if the person who is making the statement wants it to be law, it has to go through Congress and get approved the way a bill gets to be a law. So executive actions are not law, and that, at least that part of this whole resolution should be removed, and I think the whole resolution puts us on dangerous territory.
All right, Mr. Barham.
So we voted as a board 5-0 to save girls' sports. We voted for fairness and equal opportunity just a few months ago. And I put it on my social media yesterday. I support Title IX. However, we're getting ourselves in trouble with these resolutions. And you're going to find out about it in the public very soon. Okay, we can't really talk about it by voting for resolutions. I'm going to be very careful about how I proceed with resolutions on this board. I can have my personal feelings, but I'm not going to put the school district at risk or in legal jeopardy for things that are very unclear. I mean, this resolution is unclear, and I think we need to be very careful. And I'm going to speak to this further as we go on in this meeting. But personally, I support fairness in girls' sports. We voted, I mean, by voting 5-0 to save girls' sports, we kind of voted in support of Title IX. But I'm, like I said, in the future, I'm going to be very careful in terms of what resolutions I support, because I want them to have outcomes for students, like Constitution Week. I mean, that has some outcomes for students. Yeah, or the accommodation policy, exactly. So that's my take on this.
I wanted to ask Mrs. Wiersma a question. So the certification that the other school boards have done can you clarify, that was done just to certify that they are compliant by Mr. DeMarco, and that's different than the resolution?
The letter, it is my understanding, came about as a result passing the resolution and deciding to comply with the letter from the Department of Justice and specifically the Civil Rights Office, that they were taking care of things as asked federally. So he was able to craft something that was lawful, that explained what the board was doing so that Harmeet Dillon wasn't going unanswered. So he knew how to cover the bases and take care of it, in other words.
Can you look into that further and bring us more information on that?
I can send that to you.
Okay. That was my question because, again, I used your resolution. I just turned it into a personal resolution right now. We did vote 5-0 to save girls' sports, and we also unfortunately voted 5-0 today in closed session that was read out to rescind a previous resolution. So it's not that I oppose what Title IX and the definition of a woman are. Like I said, I'm going to make a lot of enemies by some of the feminist names that I read out tonight. It's just that I do not want to put the district in legal jeopardy when we can take action by making policies that will protect girls' privacy and safe spaces. And we did that. We passed a policy that gives girls privacy. And we'll speak on that later on. But
and just to clarify, that previous vote that we took was to support a bill that was up in the assembly. So that was different from this, and that vote had nothing to do with Harmeet Dillon and her office, right? Which is why some districts brought this forward, to be sure that they're looking at federal guidelines. But I understand what you're saying.
I just want to clarify that I am on the same page as saving girls' sports, protecting girls' safe spaces. I don't think that people should be forced to undress in front of other people. And sometimes that's what it feels like to girls, that they're being forced. So I just am going to let you know that I won't support the resolution. Okay, thank you. Any other comment?
Actually, for the record, let's do take action, just so there's a vote in the minutes. I think that would be good. Lene, if we could do that, I think it would be important. Yes, I'd like to move that we go ahead and pass this resolution, recognize Title IX, and comply with federal guidelines.
I second.
Lene, please call roll.
Schwartz,
No.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Komrosky,
Yes.
Barham,
No.
Anderson.
No. And just as a follow-up, you'll get back to us on the certification. Okay, thank you. That's it for information items or action items. What are we on? Information items. We're going to go to the consent. Okay, we have
Rusty?
That was fast. I wanted to speak about the idea of putting wellness centers in the schools, and I want to tell you that I'm against that idea, basically because
Is it 061?
yeah,
It's the final consent item.
that's why I was surprised because you got here so quick. Do you want me to do this later?
I think you should be able to start over. It's a consent item.
We're just taking a minute so the board can find the consent item.
Okay.
Your time will be.
Okay. So my objections to the idea of the wellness centers being placed on campus are threefold. One is the financial aspect of it. In this proposed contract, under the proposed priority funding activity 2.4, it says building, modifying, furnishing, or preparing physical spaces to create rooms for on-site provision of behavioral health care services. I don't know of any schools that have a whole bunch of extra rooms just sitting around empty to be able to use those, so I'm thinking that they would have to be built. On the next one, 2.5, it says, purchasing supplies, technology, or tools to increase access to behavioral health services, e.g. buying iPads so students can access virtual services while at school, buying books, behavioral health. Again, money, buying. 2.7, covering travel costs for providers and employees to participate in relevant training opportunities, including transportation, lodging, and food. Down on the next one, under Domain 3, for 3.2, it says recruiting, hiring, onboarding, supporting salaries for medical administrative assistants or other employees focused on maintaining and transmitting data. And then it says, note, grants provide an opportunity for one-time funding to potentially expand the workforce salaries for new employees, and that their salaries may be able to be sustained through ongoing fee reimbursement. So we're talking about money after money after money here. And if you've had any experience with grants, you'll know that even though they may provide initially for the salaries of people, most of the time they're graduated. So a grant may go over 5 years. They may provide the salaries for 2 years. Year 3 is 75%, year 4 is 50%, and then on down. After that, then where does the money come from? You have to go back to the public and ask them for money that you didn't ask them for in the first place, or you have to downsize, right? So that's one of them. And then also the fact that this dealing with money stuff, there are so many ambiguities in this contract. When it says that recruiting, hiring, supporting salaries for medical, administrative assistants, or other employees focused on maintaining and transmitting. So they're focused on this, but it doesn't say what their whole job is. So again, we don't know exactly what they're going to be doing or how much they're going to be getting paid for that. And then it says that salaries for new employees may be able to be sustained through ongoing schedule reimbursement. I assume that's from the insurance companies that would be billed. And we all know that insurance companies readily give up their money for things, so that's another issue, right? The second thing. Well, I'd be glad to talk to any of you about the other two issues that I have with that, so thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. We pulled items from consent, and I didn't circle all of them, so I just need, yeah, can you read them to me? 6, 8, 54, and 61. All the way down. Okay, let's start with number 6. Who pulled number 6?
So I pulled number 6, and a lot of the vendors on this list are great. I'm excited about it. I'm disappointed because I think about a month and a half, we had a really specific, robust discussion about the Islamic network. I did craft a letter addressing cabinet on this, asking for change next year. And actually, Dr. Anderson, you and I talked about the fact afterwards that we would like a different vision, and you had different thoughts after that particular meeting. And so seeing this again on the list surprises me, because not only did we have very strong feelings on the board, but we had a lot of constituents come and address this. So at this point, I'm trusting that you'll be with Joseph and I. I'm assuming he's in the same realm, I don't know, and the Hindu community who spoke very passionately about this particular topic. So that's why I pulled this, because it's the one important thing on the list. Why is everyone talking when I'm trying to make a statement? But you're not. And I think that's one thing we really have to be conscientious of. I think Josh has pointed out, I am the one trustee who's talked over again and again and again. And so this on the side is disrespectful.
I apologize. Sorry, I really am.
Forgiven. Thank you.
Sorry, I made a mistake on the agenda, and I forgot that I moved one information item. So I'm going to have to go back to information when we're done.
Okay.
So I'm so sorry. It's a big agenda, and I'm just trying to.
But maybe you should call point of order or a small point of recess, because I feel like this is
I'm
consistently
sorry, I thought I
what
could
happens.
just ask him a simple question, but go ahead. You have one more minute.
Okay, well, I don't need another minute. I just think at this point, we've had the conversation. It's back on the vendor list. I don't think it should be there. We need to remove it and do it differently next year. That's how I feel about it. I'm not going to speak for anyone else, but I think we might have consensus with it.
Yeah.
Mr. Schwartz?
Yes. Those of us who attended that session at Great Oak found it amazingly interesting. The three scholars who spoke on the three religions were absolute brilliant people. Emil and I sat through it. Dr. Velez was there. We had a community member sit with us. The kids enjoyed it. They asked great questions. The teacher directed them in the right way. It was an amazing presentation by three brilliant people. And anyone who missed it missed something really good.
For sake of time, I agree with Mrs. Wiersma. I won't vote this in if this is on it. So that's just where I stand.
Oh, man, you guys. If anyone knew the week I've had, I need to ask that we postpone this because I haven't read the Master Assembly list. And Dr. Woods?
Dr. Velez would like to give some information on the process.
Before you do that, I'm not going to vote for this because I can't make a decision on information I haven't reviewed. So can I just, I'm going to vote with Jen and Joseph until I can review it.
Okay, Dr. Anderson, I'm completely fine with that. So is this the one line item that you are actually removing? And you're going to approve the rest of the vendor list, or are we not approving the entire vendor list? And I just want to explain real quick. This Master Assembly list is a living document. So once the board approves somebody that comes in and does anything for our assemblies, they're approved for 3 years. We do have some vendors on the list that have not, we don't use them every single year. So when the board approved this in, I believe in April or March, it was approved for the 3 years. It doesn't mean that the high school will use it, and it doesn't also mean that we are not open to using other vendors as well.
If this list is approved, can vendors be removed by the board in the future, Dr. Woods? Or would you like to answer, Ms.?
It's my understanding, Dr. Anderson, they can.
That we could remove these? Okay. Mrs. Wiersma, do you want to approve the list? Yeah?
I have some questions on this for
Okay.
Mrs. Wiersma and for you, Dr. Komrosky. Why do you object to this group? What is your objection with the Islamic Network group? What is your, I'd like to hear what your objection is.
It is a world religions class, so the context is there, but this country was founded on Judeo-Christian values, so how about a Jewish person or a Christian person being the spokesperson? Even better, a Messianic Jew. How about that? But I've already given my reasons last board meeting, so I do hope you find the answers to your questions, and I don't need to rehash this, but I won't be voting that in.
Okay.
And the Hindu community was greatly, greatly offended. And I witnessed there, I mean, there's probably 20 speakers in here, probably 10 got up to the mic, and they spoke, and I listened, and I heard the community. So that's why. Okay. That's another reason.
The only thing I need to say with this, because we litigated this earlier, is I sent you a link on your phone, specifically with my concerns about the depth of this particular organization. So I don't want to go into detail at this point, but I did send that your way, and that was, in part, some of my great concern. So I'll just leave it there.
It feels like you're both dodging the question.
Well,
that's what it feels like to me.
So
I feel like maybe you're not listening.
I want to speak on this group. Okay.
Okay, 1, 2, you've spoke.
I'm done.
You're done?
Mm-hmm.
I asked a question, if we could postpone. Can I speak before we?
Go ahead.
Okay. I am going to, you sent me that link and I did a lot of research. I have no problem with this group. I think that they're actually pretty good, but I'm not going to vote to have them on our list. I do feel like it's been very disruptive to use this vendor, and we can find another vendor. I'm looking at like the greatest good for our community, and if it's upsetting for such a large portion of our community, then I don't think we need that in our schools. We need to focus on the education. So it was very clear that a lot of people came out. I don't have a problem with this group, but I'm going to vote to remove them from the list. So do we want to keep discussing, or should we move on to?
No, I mean, I just want to make the point, not everything Islamic is terrorism. I mean, that's the way we think here.
Okay, so that's point of order.
This is a peaceful organization.
Okay, and I agree with you, but
This is a peaceful organization, and they are making it out to be something different, and that is what I object to.
I'm with
they?
you. I'm going to.
Yeah, see, you're pointing
Let's
fingers.
make a motion. Point of order. We're not going to discuss this anymore.
Every time he opens up his mouth, he puts
Okay,
words
point
into
of
my
order.
mouth. No, I'm going to
Mrs.
let this.
Wiersma,
I'm
would
not
you
going to let
make a
this guy
motion?
misrepresent me.
Okay, I'm
It's
gonna
another
take-
lie.
Interrupting.
I just called him out for lying again. Don't put words into my mouth.
Microphone on. I'm in a motion that we approve the Master Assembly Consultant list minus, what is the third-party vendor you want removed, Mrs. Wiersma? The Islamic Network. Do I have a second?
I will second you.
Lene, call roll.
Schwartz,
No.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Komrosky,
Yes.
Barham,
No.
Anderson.
Yes. The next item is item number 8. Who pulled item number 8?
Emil.
Yeah, I did. So this is the renewal of our CSBA membership, and there is a part of this membership called ELA, not English Language Arts, but where is it?
Something with law.
Yeah, it's a, excuse me one second, where is it? It's the Education Legal Alliance. It's for roughly $5,500. I don't think subscribing to this alliance does us any good. It's a lobbying group.
You already have a lobbyist.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't think that this does us any good. So what I'm going to propose is, because I support girls' sports, that this $5,500, if it's okay with you, Dr. Woods, that this roughly $5,500 be allocated to the 3 high schools equally, or 4 high schools. Does Rancho have a, to the 4 high schools, and that they be, that money be allocated equally amongst the four high schools. So that's my proposal here. I don't see the benefit of this. Mrs. Lash?
We don't have the athletics budgets at Rancho Vista High School. We do
Okay,
have
okay.
intramural.
So we're gonna
So
allocate it
if
3
it's
ways.
dedicated specifically to athletics, I would say stick to the 3 comprehensive.
Okay, yeah. And that way we're actually taking some tangible action to support girls' sports in some way. And that's going to be my proposal.
Second.
I was going to say it was moved. Do I have a second? I want to just clarify. It was moved that we not approve the ELA membership fees, and instead we allocate those to the 3 high schools' athletics.
To be clear, did Mr. Barham pull number 8,
Yes.
which is CSBA? You said ELA, so I'm just trying to track.
It's on there.
It's part of the
If you click on it, it's on there.
It's a part of it.
I'm trying to find the
Okay.
5,500 that you just cited. There it is.
Look-
Okay, I see it now. I
Okay.
got you.
I have a motion and a second. Is there anyone that opposes?
Yeah, for clarity though, Mrs. Lash, I like what you said about intramural. What about money going to intramural at Rancho Vista since they don't have an athletics department?
Actually, that's one of the agenda items tonight, to add an intramural stipend to that appendix for specifically Rancho Vista High School.
So that's covered elsewhere.
That's covered
Yeah,
elsewhere,
yeah.
yep.
Okay.
And this would not be for stipends, this is just for materials and supplies which are very expensive
Whatever
for
they want to use
athletics.
it for.
Like stunt mats or something like that.
Whatever they want.
Stunt.
Oh, yeah, mats.
Stunt.
Okay,
We've been hearing a lot of
let's call
stunt
roll.
action.
Lene, please call roll.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes. The motion passes unanimously to approve consent item number 8. The next consent item,
54.
oh, 8 minus the ELA, which
Goes to.
we need to make a separate motion.
Yes.
So I motion to approve
CSBA.
consent item number 8 minus ELA membership.
Second.
Does anyone oppose? The motion passes unanimously. Okay, next.
54.
54, who pulled 54?
I think I did. What's
Insurance
this
Authority
this
membership.
JPA? Yeah,
Riverside Schools Insurance Authority.
Yeah, I'm going to approve number 54. That's our JPA. But I just want to make the comment that that cost has increased 20%. And it's not just because of market conditions. We all know that insurance is going up, but we have to be very mindful of what we do up here in terms of litigation, because what we do up here in terms of litigation impacts the cost of our JPA. And we're up like $700,000 between last year and this year, which is an inordinate amount. So that's why I want to caution everybody in terms of what we do up here, because we don't want our JPA to keep going through the roof like it is. So that's my only comment.
Then I move to approve item 54 on the, is there any debate with that? No. Then item 54 on the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay. Is there any opposed? Then item 54 passes unanimously. Item number 61 was pulled. Mrs. Wiersma, did you pull that, or Dr.? Who pulled 61?
59 circled.
61 was. Which?
61 was me, but. Yeah.
Oh, 59.
59?
No, it was 54 and they did it. They just did 54. We're on 61.
So we're on 61?
That's correct.
Okay. So for 61, and what I want to communicate here, and if Mrs. Deus, after I read through this, wants to comment, I would welcome that. I've done a lot of research with this particular grant since our workshop that we did. I've watched a variety of videos, and my feeling is this multi-payer fee schedule and hopeful revenue stream is something that we are going to run into problems with. And as a constituent pointed out, it could open the door for keeping secrets from parents. And I've heard videos where primary schools that have gotten started with this, they do talk about blind billing. And that's something that they advocate for and can happen. And that greatly concerns me. That was a flagship school that got started. And what has become clear to me as I've studied this is that under an idea of equitable mental health, it is framing the anchoring of community schools, cultivating social change. When we look at concerns like intersectionality, gender ideology, critical framing, partnering with people in the community and them coming into wellness centers, I have concerns. I know that we've been promised transparency, and I believe that was an honest appraisal of what the district expects to do. But once you open the door to this, I think it's a portal to an unknown place that won't be where there's too much wiggle room. And I could hold up my phone and play for you someone who talks about the blind billing and the aspects of circumventing parents. And though we have a parent specialist within this contract, I question it. It is a newer program. I would be much more comfortable stepping back. There's no way I'm going to vote this through. And it's not that I think our students don't deserve help. I don't believe this is the portal to do it. It is a government program. I could go on, and I will continue to educate the community, because if I have colleagues that vote for this, you can be sure you're going to hear some additional perspective, because I have concerns of where this could go and that we'll have financial issues in the future as well.
Thank you. Time. Did anyone else have any comment on this? Okay. Then let's call the vote. Okay. Lene, will you, we have a motion to approve the agreement for school-linked partnership and capacity grant.
Second.
Schwartz?
I've read this through and I still have questions, so I'm going to abstain because I don't really know enough and I don't want to vote no just to vote no. And I also don't want to vote yes just to vote yes, so I'm going to abstain on this issue.
Wiersma?
I am a definite no.
Joseph? Oh, sorry, Komrosky?
No. It's fine.
Barham?
No.
Anderson?
I'm going to vote no. Come together with the board. Okay. The consent item 61 fails with 4 no and 1 abstain. The next item, I'm sorry that I interrupted when you were speaking, Mrs. Wiersma. When we made changes to the agenda, I moved an action item to information, and that was no, I moved number 5, accommodation, 35C. Oh, we need to approve the rest of the consent. So I motion, let me get back to where we are supposed to be. Like I said, it's been a long week. I move to approve the remaining consent items that were not pulled for separate action.
Second.
Does anyone oppose? Then the consent items all pass unanimously. Okay. Let me flip back to information items. When we approved the agenda, I moved action item 35C, which is the AR to accompany the new board policy amendment. Let me just. I'm just going to read my statement on this one. At our last board meeting, the religious and mental health accommodation policy was adopted by a 3-2 vote. This is a strong, lawful policy that ensures students can request accommodation for sincerely held religious beliefs or mental health needs without requiring a diagnosis or burden of proof. Most importantly, it guarantees privacy for students, including girls, while respecting the current California law and the rights of our other students in the schools. This policy is built on a simple principle that families know what their children need, whether that's a private space to change or an exemption from certain curriculum. Our policy provides a clear, respectful process that protects religious freedom, student dignity, and legal compliance. It follows Ed Code and reflects the First Amendment's protections for religious expression. We also want the public to know that the accompanying administrative regulation, what we call AR, is still under legal review. We are actively seeking feedback as we finalize it. The AR will provide additional clarity on how accommodations are granted at school site level and how we ensure fairness and transparency. Having both the policy and the AR in place is crucial. Together, they form a comprehensive framework that protects girls' privacy, respects religious beliefs, and also upholds transgender rights. It also keeps our district aligned with California law. This isn't about politics, it's about protecting all of the students in a way that is lawful, compassionate, and enforceable. We welcome your input as we do refine the accompanying AR. Mr. Barham, you've worked on this with me. Did you have comment?
And I agree with everything that you said. I would just like the public to know, I think it's really important, and I think it needs to be clear in this AR, and it's not, that this is not opt-out. This is opt-in. And that parents and/or guardians are going to see this when they register their kids at the beginning of every year. That this religious freedom accommodation, because to me it is about religious freedom, that this religious freedom accommodation and/or mental health accommodation is available to protect all kids and to keep them from any distress that they might experience in a shared space. And I think that we've given this a lot of thought, and I think the community has some issues with it, but we're open to other suggestions because this is a complex issue. But what we're trying to accomplish here is we're trying to protect all kids here. That's what we're trying to do. So, and again, I just want to make it clear, and I think it needs to be stated in the policy or in the AR that this is not opt-out, this is opt-in. So that's all I have to say on this.
And then I wanted to make, can I make one final statement? That when we say this protects all students, when you look at the language, we are not singling out transgender students. We don't want to do that. It protects, well, yeah, it is against the law, but I don't want to cause mental stress on anyone here. So we have, we've worked really carefully with this language, and we do have the general population, and then we have this accommodation population. So all students will be considered general population unless they opt to request an accommodation. Then they will be the accommodation.
Say one more thing, too.
Okay.
One more thing?
Can Emil make one more statement? Okay.
Thank you. Districts have not confronted this issue. They're afraid to do it. We're giving a voice to everyone here. We have shared mixed spaces. It's been going, it's been happening for years. The law has been in effect for 12 years. We're just giving it, we're actually confronting what the concerns of the community and parents have, but no districts, they don't touch this. So, I mean, I give, especially you, because you worked very hard on this, a lot harder than I did. I give you a lot of credit because you've thought out of the box and to represent our entire community in compliance with the law. So I commend you for that.
So I do have a couple of comments on this and a question. So when you mention the opt-in, it is at the beginning of a school year. This will be a form along with all the others that a parent can fill out, correct? And the change here is that you don't have to show a burden of proof, correct? So it doesn't have to be religious or mental. They don't have to go into detail. They can simply make that decision. I've had a question come to me, is this an outing policy? It's not, because if, I'm thinking this is correct, that every parent has the ability to fill this out, that it's not because we're not addressing a specific situation yet. It's just that every parent has that upfront ability to do that. So that's one question I have. And then secondly, I actually concur with Mr. Barham on the fact that it's really important that this district figures out what our communication is, because I've talked to PE teachers who have told me, I don't have clarity. I'm not sure what to do. I'm trying to do the best I can. I love teaching PE, but I'm going to walk away if I can't figure this out, because I know where I stand and I want students to be protected and I want to do what's lawful. So my hope is that this at least takes us there. One of the reasons why I didn't vote for it previously is it was bundled in a big discussion that we had and it wasn't separated out. But to me, it looks like it's better that you don't have the burden of proof. If you can opt in, do it. That's what you need to know. If you have a problem with this, fill out the form at the beginning of the year. Am I getting that right?
Yeah,
Okay.
and one of the when you read through the ideas right now for AR, we don't want to burden our staff with saying that you need to look for a burden of proof. And I need to, my brother back in the 90s, he had an accommodation because he couldn't go to the bathroom after lunch unless he was at home. He was like too nervous to go into the bathroom, and it caused him to have stomach aches. So that was before anyone was worried about who else was in the bathroom with him, and he got a mental health accommodation. They didn't call it that then, but I would call that now. And every day after lunch, he was scheduled PE so he could go home and use the restroom. Like, being a teenager is hard. We don't want to single out anyone, and it does say that they're protected from disclosure, that we will be protecting everyone from disclosure. So we've talked about parental notification regarding mixed-use spaces, and we have mixed-use spaces. Like, I can say right now, part of the original language in the policy states we have mixed-use spaces. That's your parental notification. If you didn't know that now, it's been 12 years, we have mixed-use locker rooms and bathrooms in our district. So the notification is there. Like, you can expect that your kids will be in mixed-use spaces, and now you're notified, here's some options for you if you have a religious or a mental health accommodation request.
In terms of, it's a parental right.
Any other questions? Okay, so we're gonna review this and look for feedback on it, and I'll put this on the next meeting. Yeah, there's no motion.
There's some people that had a public comment on 35, and maybe one of them was this piece. Do you want them to wait until 35, or?
I'm just gonna ask, did someone have a public comment on 35C? Yes, okay, is the board okay if we move that public comment right now? Okay, yeah, Michael, and then are there any other comments on 35C? Okay, go ahead and bring it up, and we'll only be taking public comment on 35C, and we'll take the rest of 35 later.
Thank you for
Go ahead.
letting me come up and share with you specifically over the conversation that has just taken place. I am very blessed to hear this interaction taking place, and I really do respect your attempt of making every child feel safe. I do want to talk to you a little bit further about the language, and I do respect that you have all worked hard to make sure that this language is all-inclusive. But I want to share with you what I hear as a parent of a transgender child when I read religious freedom and mental health being the only reasons that we can have these things. I hear from this body, you feel my child has a mental health issue. And I would combat that. I would combat that with information that I have gone through different psychiatric care with my child and different therapists for my child to get to the place that he has found his freedom. So when I hear these things, there is some language that still needs tweaking, because I see you shaking your head no at me, and I respect that deeply.
Oh,
That's
I'm
why I
sorry,
wanted to
yeah.
speak towards this, because that's the language issue that you're wrestling with. And a part of the conversation that you've asked for, I'm sharing with you as a transparent, that's how I receive that. And I do deeply appreciate that that's not your intent. But also, there are transgender kids that will see this. And they'll ask the question, does this board think that I have a mental issue? They'll ask that question. And I just really, when you go back to it, please, you're doing a great job. I respect it. I really do. But please work really hard on that language, because the reason I came here tonight was to speak towards that specifically. My child has gone through a lot of emotional work to be at a place of freedom that he's at right now. And that language is missing in this still. Thank you for listening to me. And again, I want you to hear me. I know it's hard. I really do. And I appreciate that effort and work to get to that place for the language. And thank you for saying in this board, you wanted to hear this. so I'm sharing it with you. As a parent of a transgender child, I was offended by that language that I read, and I was offended enough by it to come to.
Thank you. Next,
David Sola? David Sola?
Good evening again. I had this whole long speech prepared, and I think I'm just going to wing it right now because I want to look you all in the face and say, I do appreciate when you try to work together, because that does reflect the best of the community when you are trying to work together. But I do feel oftentimes that when you're working together, it's not genuine. It's pretty disingenuous. Kind of like some people looking at their phones when I'm up here speaking, but I have to look at you when you're speaking, right? That sort of thing that you're still doing.
Mr. Sola, is this related to 35C?
Yeah, it is, it is. So with parental notification, we spend a lot of time trying to craft policy that works for everybody, right? You all do that. But I don't think you all are really understanding that there are people that you can still hurt if you're only representing the people that agree with you. That's not who you're supposed to represent. It doesn't matter if you win 99% to 1, there is still that 1% that you should represent with parental notification. You cannot just go for the 99. And if you're going to do it, please do it in earnest. Please do it honestly, and please do it for everyone. I understand that there are people that put you in your seats, and I understand that you worked hard to get there. I'm asking you to not ignore the people that didn't vote for you. They matter too, whether you believe it or not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we able to take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, well, we're gonna, is that okay? Do I have a second for a 5-minute recess? Yeah, okay, 5-minute recess. Has it been 5 minutes?
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's call the meeting back to order. Mr. Schwartz? Mr. Schwartz? Which ones are they? If they're parental rights, we're saving them.
Athletic stipend, CFD, parental notification.
Put all the parental notifications, let's do them at each item.
All at once, don't you think? Just so they have,
I need board consensus. Oh, yeah, then once we take them, we can be.
You want to just do it all at once?
Yeah, and then we don't have to go back.
They don't have to wait until 9:30.
All right. We have action item number 2, conduct a public hearing for the Temecula Valley Unified School District. Before we go into action items, we have how many public comments?
6
We have 6 public comments. Okay, now it's the time for public comments. Lene?
on action items. Christine Massa, followed by David Sola.
Hello and good evening. This is regarding 20. I was excited to see the addition of 2 girls' sports stipends added to the schedule for approval this year. However, as I opened the documents, I was disappointed to see nothing added for stunt, which we've been asking about for several years. The new stipends are for the new sport of girls' flag football, which hasn't even started 1 season in the district. As you know, stunt is a CIF spring sport at the varsity and junior varsity levels. For background, I'm a mom of 2 varsity stunters, one who graduated in 2024, and then my current Puma, who was on Chaparral's first JV team in 2023. She's in her 2nd year in varsity now. Stunt has been in TVUSD for 7 years. CHS and TVHS added JV teams in 2023, and Great Oak added a JV team in this most recent 2025 season. So now all 3 traditional TVUSD high schools have junior varsity stunt teams. And that's the best way for them to build strong and safe varsity teams. TVUSD does not provide any stipends for stunt coaches. They provide 1 competitive cheer stipend, which has gone unused and is repurposed for varsity stunt, and then nothing for JV stunt, nor any funding for assistant coaches for stunt. The teams handle this via fundraising, costing thousands in donor funds. I can only speak specifically to Chaparral, but I know that last year we raised more than $5,000 to pay a JV coach and an assistant varsity coach. We had to forego new tumbling mats this year to use that money for coaches. The mats are also not funded by the district. We can only have JV teams to develop skills safely if we have dedicated paid coaches. Neighboring MVUSD offers 2 varsity and 2 JV coaching stipends, so we can't compete. This year, stunters from our 3 high schools received athletic scholarships, including 1 TVHS grad who is going to CBU, which is the #1 collegiate stunt team in the nation. Additionally, TVHS were undefeated league champions this past season and went to CIF state finals. Meanwhile, flag football hasn't even completed a season at any level in any league, and they got 2 coaches funded. Many sports fundraise for assistant or specialty coaches like a tumbling coach, but we should not have to fundraise for head coaches just so that we can have a program. TVUSD funds JV coaches for baseball, basketball, football, golf, lacrosse, soccer, softball, swimming, tennis, volleyball, water polo, and wrestling, and now flag football. So what's the algorithm to get a stipend for a stunt JV coach? Now, I'm supportive of girls flag football. My daughter played at the school level last year. I'm not asking for anyone's stipends to be denied, but what I ask is please don't approve this schedule, take it back, see what it would take to add stunt to it, and then bring it back at your next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Sola, followed by, Josh Sherling.
Good evening. This is about action item number 27, the CFD. The district is at a critical point. Our infrastructure is aging, our schools are crowded, And some of our facilities were built for a time that no longer reflects the needs or the size of this community. We're no longer in a budget surplus. The state is in a deficit, and the money we once hoped might come from Sacramento is no longer guaranteed. Yet some members of this board have chosen previously to vote against a community facilities district, a solution used by responsible districts across California, because why? Politics? Fear? Let's be clear. Voting against the CFD doesn't hurt a developer. It hurts students. It delays necessary improvements. It kicks the can down the road, and it places the burden squarely on families and staff trying to teach and learn in outdated conditions. Rejecting the CFD doesn't make you a fiscal conservative. It makes you fiscally irresponsible. Because failing to plan for long-term infrastructure needs isn't saving money. It's inviting emergency spending later, when costs are higher and options are fewer. We can't run a growing district on yesterday's dollars. We can't maintain quality education in buildings that are falling behind. And we certainly can't keep pretending that saying no to everything is the same as leadership. If you're voting against solutions, you'd better be offering some of your own. So far, that hasn't happened. This district needs forward thinking, not fear-based foot dragging. Our kids deserve classrooms and campuses that reflect the future, not the past. Supporting the CFD is not just a vote for funding, it's a vote for responsibility, for growth, and for putting students first. Thank you.
Josh
Thank
Shirley,
you.
followed by Steph Woodland.
This is about number 35 and has 10 different things in there, 9 now. The omnibus method I don't like, which these require individual conversations. So to be quick, 5145.2, freedom of expression. The draft policy claims to support student-free expression, but it doesn't. It requires advanced approval, limits to protest to lunch in designated zones, and demands parent permission, turning real protest into a permission slip. It cites school shootings to justify these restrictions, but most involve a single, so those are almost never multiple shooters. Using fear to suppress the student voice is not safety, it's censorship. If we want students to become active citizens, we need to trust them to speak, not silence them. If we teach them about democracy, we have to let them practice it. Rights that only exist when they're convenient aren't really rights at all. About the student records. Regulation 51-2025 impacts transgender students, especially those socially transitioning at school. The policy says that legal name or gender markers can only be changed with a court order. For many trans students, that's simply not an option due to family rejection, financial barriers, or safety concerns. This effectively denies them full recognition in official school records, even when they live every day as their affirmed identity. This policy does allow use of preferred names or pronouns in other documents, but only after a written request. That's a problem. Requiring a formal paper trail outs kids before they're ready to puts the burden on them to navigate adult systems just to be respected. Worse, the policy says parents will be automatically notified of any record change, even unofficial ones, through Infinite Campus. That means a trans student who changes their pronouns or preferred name in the system could be unintentionally or intentionally outed to unsupportive parents. That's not just a privacy issue, that's a safety issue. I urge the board to revise this policy to better protect trans and non-binary students. That includes allowing students to use affirmed names and pronouns without parental consent, stopping automatic parent notifications for non-legal changes, and training staff to comply respectfully and consistently. Our job is to educate and protect every student, not just the ones whose identities fits easily into the system. You've made it very vague to see what it really is. I don't think the conversation should start with an email to a parent that, hey, I changed my pronoun at school. That's a terrible way to start the conversation. It's just substituting the teacher, the counselor, the principal, the admin with an Infinite Campus alert. It's the same policy right here with a different mechanism. It's still not, I mean, we're going to get sued over that too. So, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Steph? Is it Woodland? Woolard. Sorry about that. Followed by Greg Langworthy.
Hi, good evening. I'm here to support the stunt community and our girls. I didn't prepare anything because this was very last moment, and I'm going to be honest, this is my first time to a meeting. So this has been very educational and exciting. But I hear a lot of talk about supporting girls' sports and legalities, and I've got a lot more questions than things I wanted to say to you. And one of the questions that keeps coming up in my brain is, how has this sport been around for 7 years without stipends for coaches? Like, how is there no set checklist for these sports? Like, okay, here's a sport, and this is what every sport has to have. And to me, coaches and money for them should be at the top of the list. Like, why is that just not a no-brainer? So I really hope that 5188 ELA money I saw up there kind of comes our way this year, because that would really, really help support their program and what they're trying to do in the community. It's the fastest growing women's sport in the nation. The college level, the opportunities for these girls are just amazing. I know, because I'm looking every week at a new school, a new college who's opening it up for them, but it's a safety issue, and we really want to have awesome coaches and people who want to be there for our girls. The mats are important, the helmets are important, but if we don't have properly trained, paid coaches to support them and to grow them, especially for the JV, because without them getting the support and nurturing they need, they're not going to be able to compete safely at the varsity level and grow the way they want to grow as well. So I really hope that you guys take that into serious consideration and get some money for our girls so they can go on and do all the fabulous things that girls' sports does for them. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Langworthy, followed by Melanie.
So my comment is more of a question than a comment. So I was looking down on the curriculum, sociology textbook. So curriculum, the word curriculum means like a race course. So you run a course and you go through the course, and then you finish the course, and now you know more than you did before. So my question is, how would a community person learn what is in the sociology curriculum, this textbook, so we could kind of evaluate it? It's a very important question. You know, sociology is the study of societies. Really gets down to, you guys are going to study the Constitution. We're going to learn how America became such a successful society. So I'm wondering how this curriculum would teach. Maybe American history is in there, I don't know. But anyway, that was my question. How would I be able to look at the curriculum or the sociology textbook to kind of evaluate that? Might be a question that comes up at our church too. You know, someone wants to know, what are we teaching in sociology? How would we have access to getting those questions answered? So that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker, Melanie.
So I came here to the other school board meeting to talk about the parental notification policy, because I had questions when Dr. Komrosky wanted to present the Chino's version of their parental change of records. And I wasn't getting any answers, so I reached out to some teachers in Chino, and there seemed to be some confusion there. And then I was told they were doing their policy and whatever. Jen, you were so helpful in communicating with me what I wasn't understanding, and you tried to put me in touch with Sonia Shaw, and then I saw that video that Dr. Komrosky put on his social media where Sonia Shaw explained exactly what was going on in there. Then I figured out where I went wrong, and I didn't get any answers from Sonia Shaw despite the many emails I sent her and you putting me in contact, but I did get emails back from their union president who explained that teachers actually aren't involved in that process. Like Sonia Shaw said, the kids are being sent directly to the principals. The principals of the schools are bullying the kids to go back into the closet. That's the elegant solution that was proposed for Temecula. See, we already did that here in Temecula. That was our very first parental notification policy. We didn't want to get in trouble with the court, so what we were doing was we told our kids, you had 72 hours to retract your statement, or we were going to call your parents. And it worked. All of our queer kids that said, I want to go by a different name or different gender identity, were bullied to go back into the closet. And this was the elegant solution, you know, that Sonia Shaw is doing in Chino. And she said on that video, the kids are saying, no, 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 don't call my parents. I don't want you to do that. And that brought me to looking at our policy right now, this new parental notification. We are going to have kids that are going to say that. Even, it's an option for our kids. The kids are going to go up. They are going to be told, anything that you say, it's going to be an automatic thing. It is better. An adult isn't going to bully them. You know, you do it or we're calling your parents. But they still are going to be told this. So then what happens? Because they aren't going to go back, it's not going to change their mind. Are our kids going to be followed up with? What about those kids that say, okay, no, never mind? Are they going to be followed up with? Who's looking at those kids? I didn't.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. We'll start with action item number 2. Conduct a public hearing for the Temecula Valley Unified School District SELPA Annual Service Plan and Annual Budget Plan for the 2025-26 school year. I move to conduct a public hearing for the 25-26 SELPA Annual Service Plan and Annual Budget Plan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Does anyone oppose? The motion passes unanimously. All right. At this time and place designated for the 2025-26 SELPA Annual Service Plan and Annual Budget Plan, I declare the hearing now open at 8:01 p.m. Is there any item for discussion? No? Is there anyone who wishes to comment on the 2025-26 SELPA Annual Service Plan and Budget? No. All right. If there are no comments, I will declare the public hearing closed. Public hearing end time? 8:01. Can I say 8:02? 8:01 p.m. Adoption of the Temecula Valley Unified School District SELPA Annual Service Plan and Annual Budget Plan for the 2025-26. I move to
Second.
Is there anyone that opposes? All right, no one opposes. The motion is adopted unanimously. Community Advisory Committee, CAC appointments. I move to approve the new additional members of the Community Advisory Committee. Do I have a second? Does anyone oppose? No one opposes, so the motion is adopted unanimously. Adoption of the, I move to adopt the 2025-26 Local Control and Accountability Plan and the 24-25 California Dashboard Local Indicators. Do I have a second?
Second.
Does anyone oppose? Nobody opposes, so the motion is adopted unanimously. I move to adopt the 2024-25 Local Control and Accountability Plan Federal Addendum. Do I have a second? Does anyone oppose? Nobody opposes, so the motion is adopted unanimously. I move to adopt the proposed 2025-26 budget. Do I have
Second.
Does anyone oppose?
No, but I would like to say, having sat in on several of the budget meetings, and looking at the amount of effort that goes into it, line by line, item by item, is just amazing. And there's a whole list of wants and a whole list of needs. And a lot of the wants are things that we would really like to do, but we can't afford them. And so I just want to commend Nicole Lash and her staff for the amount of effort that they put in. If you sit through these budget meetings, you can't believe the specificity that's involved and the amount of care and work that goes into it. So just thank you for what you do.
Thank you. Any other comment? This is number 5. What number? 7. Does anyone oppose? No one opposes, so the motion is adopted unanimously. I move to adopt resolution number 2024-25-40, Education Protection Account, and approve the receipt and use of Education Protection Account funds for the fiscal year 2024-25 and 25-26. Do I have a second? Does anyone oppose? Nobody opposes, so the motion is adopted unanimously. I move to approve the online textbook database adoption for IBDP Physics, IBDP Biology, IBDP Environmental Systems, and Societies, publisher Cognity. Do I have a second? Second. Does anyone oppose? Nobody opposes, so the motion passes unanimously. I move to approve the textbook adoption for Sports, Exercise, and Health Science by John Sproul, publisher Oxford University Press. Do I have a second? Second. Does anyone oppose? No one opposes, so the motion passes unanimously. I move to approve the textbook adoption for College and Algebra 2E by J. Abramson, senior contributor, publisher OpenStax. Second. Second. Does anyone oppose? There is no opposition, so the motion is adopted unanimously. I move to approve the textbook Pre-Calculus 2E by J. Abramson, senior contributor, publisher OpenStax. Do I have a second?
Second.
Does anyone oppose? There's no opposition, so the motion is adopted unanimously. I move to approve the textbook adopted for 7 Habits of Highly Effective College Students by Sean Covey, publisher Franklin Covey. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, I'll take Wiersma on that one. Does anyone oppose? No one opposes, so the motion is adopted unanimously. I move to approve the textbook adoption of Sociology, a Down-to-Earth Approach, 15th edition, author James M. Henslin. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have discussion on this, Mrs. Wiersma and I.
So do Mr. Barham and I.
Okay.
Can I start with Mr. Barham because he was on the committee and
I'll let them go first.
You want them to go first? Sure. Okay, go first. It looks like there's a lot of discussion on this one. So there was a community member that had questions about it.
Yes, I would like to thank Mr. Langworthy for coming forward and mentioning this, and we can talk about how the public can view textbooks at another time. But I spent a great deal of hours over the weekend looking at the sociology book. I downloaded the PDF, and some of it's good and balanced. There's other aspects that I feel aren't age appropriate or neglect to present some neutral views. And so I know we have limited time, so I'm just going to take you through several excerpts. And it's why I won't be voting it through tonight. In addition to some viewpoints on things like climate change that are very biased, there was mention of gynecological exams and aspects that I feel younger students, if they're 9th and 10th grade, shouldn't be looking at. There was a mention of geopolitical times, which of course would be a part of the topic for sociology, but there's a paragraph here: we will be in good hands in our coming one world government, just as long as we agree and cooperate with the vision of these extraordinary young global leaders. who will be following the instructions of their wise owls. This is definitely a viewpoint that one could debate. And again, the book does offer some debate, but there's too many opportunities where they present a bias. We are talking about privilege theory, protecting status and power. It goes into cohabitation, and this particularly bothered me as a mom reading it. It says, does cohabitation make marriage stronger? It would seem that it does, and on average, most couples share intimate, everyday living together experiences for about 32 months before they marry. This provides them the opportunity to work out many problems before they make the commitment to marry. I'll tell you, having raised kids and kind of seen the trajectory, that's not true, and there's statistics to say that doesn't make a marriage strong. So that's just several points where I've got.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
It's okay, because I don't.
Yeah. Oh, I can continue? Okay, just a couple.
No, I was going to say, I think that
Okay. Yeah, well, and the important thing is I want parents to know when we have to take the time to study, we devote hours. Okay.
Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, all right, let me get this off in 2 minutes. So yes, on Chapter 8, to be fair, it's labeled deviance and social control. But there's, I don't know, for me, I'm going to reject this textbook as age inappropriate, even though it can be brought, certain parts of the book can be brought in under controversial issues, no problem. But I'll flag it as age inappropriate. I think this course can be taught as, and correct me if I'm wrong, 9th or 10th grade, Great Oak High School sociology, 14, 15-year-olds, and I don't want them exposed to this. But I'll give you a couple examples. One, let me read this. Norms of sexual behavior. This is on page 205. And Jen, thank you for buying the PDF. She did a lot of background work on this. Norms of sexual behavior vary so widely around the world that is what is considered normal in society may be considered deviant in another. In Kenya, a group called POCOP places high emphasis on sexual pleasure, and they expect that both the husband and the wife will reach orgasm. If a husband does not satisfy the wife, he is in trouble, especially if he thinks he's a failure, is because of another woman. If she thinks so, she and her female friends will sneak up on her husband when he's asleep. The woman will tie him up, shout obscenities at him, beat him, and then urinate on him. 205. It's in the chapter Chapter 8, Deviance and Social Control. So now let's move on to Chapter 16, Marriage and the Family. There's one very disturbing page here. It's on page 506. There's a picture. What is unusual about this German couple is not that they have 4 children, but that they are brother and sister. The European court ruled against their challenge to Germany's incest laws. They insist, I know, incest and insist, it got me. They insist that they have done nothing wrong and they are in love. What do you think? I'll tell you what I think. This is inappropriate, age inappropriate for children at our TVUSD schools to be incorporated with. I am a part of a sociology philosophy program. This is a college level course. They can take it there.
Okay, time.
I would love for him to finish because he's got experience with sociology. Can you give him another 30 seconds to finish?
No,
Stick to the,
Okay.
we're going to keep going.
stick to the rules, please.
And, well, no, you have to talk to Dr. Woods. You have to direct that with Dr. Woods. But could you give me the page number, the first?
Deviance and Social Control, Chapter 8, page, and there's more, by the way. I was, this is not enough time. Page 205.
205.
On the Chapter 16, Marriage and Family, on the incest, that's page 506, sorry, 506.
Okay. And then, Mr. Barham?
Dr. Woods, can we bring up Mr. Ballywag for some?
Thank you for asking, Dr. Velez.
Can we do that?
Yes, I'm fine with that. Mr. Ballywag is ready to answer any questions on this. I would like to note a couple of things. This is for grades 10 through 12, and it's an elective course. So I just wanted to give a little bit of context, and then I can have Mr. Ballywag talk about not only the process, but answer any questions.
The first question is, can you verify the page numbers that?
I
Or
can't.
could I look at the book while you're talking?
Absolutely.
I just gave you the page numbers, though, for
I know,
real.
I'm gonna look at
Okay.
Just, I had the book, and then I gave it to Mr. Barham, and he left it
I left it at home.
at home.
Is there a check? What page number, Dr. Komrosky? What page number?
Second.
I do want to make sure that it's clear that that book that I've handed you is the 14th edition. The 15th edition is what's up here, and I don't know the
I'm on
edition
the
that Mr.
15th.
Komrosky is looking at. So you would, the page numbers may not exactly align is what my point is.
Just give us a second.
Chapter 8. Page 205. You'll have a snapshot. You'll kind of have a picture. It'll say Mexico, Kenya in the picture, cultural diversity around the world, if the 14th matches the 15th.
Oh, yeah. So, Mr. Ballawag,
Yes, sir.
this is an elective.
Sociology is an elective course that's taught at all three of our traditional high schools. It's primarily enrolled with 11th and 12th graders.
And when I
There
asked-
are some sophomores that
Right,
will take the
but-
course.
But when I asked you the age of the kids that were in this class, we basically said that they were 17 and 18-year-olds.
There are some 16-year-olds, sophomores, that can also be 15 at the beginning of their sophomore year.
Okay.
That's more of an anomaly than who typically enrolls in the course. I'll also, as an elective, just make sure that we're all clear what that means. The course is not compulsory. The course is elected into by students.
I mean, just for the public's information and for your information, we have been going back and forth on this book, right, Dr. Velez and Mr. Ballawag, for months. Okay, it's not like we just looked at this yesterday. There are certain chapters that are not taught in this book. There are certain topics, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so can you elaborate on what those topics might be?
So I think yes, and I will elaborate first by saying I don't teach the course. I'm here representing the process that we use. In responding to that question, I would say that the vast majority of the books that the group who teach the course, 3 teachers, looked at are college-level texts. There are not a lot of high school-level texts for a sociology elective course. This is one of what I understand to be 2 that are deemed high school appropriate. And so there's not a lot of choice that the team had.
Because I asked you to go back 2 or 3 months ago. I asked you to go back and find another book.
Correct. There's not a lot to choose from.
Right. I mean, it's not like a math book or an ELA book, a literature book. We've got lots of choice on that, but not for this course. We don't have a lot of choice.
So with that in mind, with this being one of the few that these teachers have to choose from, they recommend this textbook knowing that there are certain elements in the textbook that they will not put into the course.
So what we talked about was we either choose this book, we don't choose this book, and we keep the class, and we supplement, and in that case, we don't have as much control because we don't have an adopted textbook, and we're pretty much relying on the teacher's judgment to come up with information that, I mean, there could be a whole bunch of information that people on this board might object to, or maybe we just don't have the class at all. I mean, those were the options that we were considering.
There were parts of the book that me and Mrs. Wirsman and I had looked at. Parts of the book are excellent.
Yeah.
there are parts that we flagged, so.
Yeah, you're interrupting me.
Well, are you going to talk the whole time?
You know?
I didn't know if this was a participation but
okay,
amongst
you know
board
what?
members.
But she's the person that's
Okay.
supposed to allow that.
I'm
not
sorry,
you.
time. I'm
Okay.
sorry, time. Mr.
Okay.
Mr. Barham, your 2 minutes are up. I just want to say that we did pull action item 35I because we're trying to figure out what do we do here. I had mentioned that we could notify parents of the explicit content in the book and allowing them for using 5145.3 accommodation to opt out of some of the content. We could also, I mean, I did find a couple chapters quite good. I like their healthcare chapter, but and their perspectives on healthcare in America. But there was I read this with my husband, and there were things that I would not want my kids reading. So this is a really tough conversation that we have to have, and I think as a board we're going to have to decide our options that Mr. Barham had presented. We either not have the class, we say, I don't know if it's too late to say find another book. For me, I didn't even, like I read through it, I didn't read the urinating on their husband's part. I just read it right now, it's in that one. I don't know if saying that the teachers can just supplement themselves if we can get any worse than urinating on people. Like, I don't know if they're gonna come up with anything more like graphic than that.
Could I ask a couple questions first?
Yeah.
Okay. One thing I want to add is BP 6000, which is a prior policy that Dr. Komrosky and I worked on, might circumnavigate some of those issues with supplementary material, especially when it comes to things that are explicit. So there's that. Question, Mr. Ballywag, how many students does this affect, and how many textbooks? I know it's over 15 years old, so we've got older resources. How many kids, one, take the class, and then number two, how many textbooks are we short, or are we really? It would be preferable to change it out, but do we have a goodly number still at this point?
So to answer those questions, the first answer would be we offer typically 1 to 2 sections on each one of our high school campuses. So it could be anywhere from 3 to 6 sections per school year. Typically, we staff them at about 37 students to 1. And so typically you're anywhere from 30 students to 37 students per section. So you could do the quick math there of the number of students that would be taking the course. The question about the current textbook, I think it's important to understand that the current textbook is an earlier version of this textbook. And so this textbook has been used for this course for 15 years in our district, an earlier version of the textbook that was approved by a prior board. So if another option that wasn't mentioned by Mr. Barham would be that if this textbook, this edition of the textbook was not approved, the current textbook is this textbook.
I have a
of
couple
an earlier
questions.
version.
And then comments. Okay, so with this 15th, is the 14th edition, does it have supplemental material online that is packaged with this? And if not, is that why the push for the 15th edition? Are there newer resources that are online outside of the hard copy book?
Yes, it comes with the PDF that it sounds like you guys looked at, and then some enhanced kind of assessment tools that come along, questions, question banks, those types of things that come along with the 15th edition. I didn't finish answering, I think, all of your question. Also, the current book is no longer in circulation, and so because they're 15 years old, there's also many that are in disrepair. And so we don't have the ability to purchase more of the current edition as well, which was really the biggest push for why we needed a newer edition.
Thank you, Mr. Ballard. I still have a comment.
No, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, you still have a minute left, sorry.
I don't like the opt-out version. I approach this analogously like the video that I made on parental notification. It's a subclass of parental rights. Parental rights is we let the parents know, hey, this is your right. You can do this, X, Y, and Z. parental notification is no matter what you do, this is what we're going to tell the district to do for you. So on this one, we're the final arbiter of values in this community, and I don't value some of the things in this book. And I don't want to put the burden on a parent to say, yeah, I'm going to opt out of reading this or that chapter. I think the board should direct the district to either revamp what we use to make it absolutely clear this will not be in front of those students. That's my thought, is to be the arbiter of values and to make that happen and not put that burden on a parent. That's why we were elected.
Okay, Mr. Barham.
Yeah, so it's going to be hard to do this in 2 minutes, but we've got processes in place that we're actually revamping. And we know that when we go through the teachers, and then we go through the department, and then we go through cross-curricular, we're going to put mature, we're going to have a checkbox, mature and or controversial topics. That's one thing that we're going to institute, so that if that happens, then just like with our ELA text, our English Language Arts text, this is what we do with even those texts, because there are mature topics in those texts, and as kids get older, they mature. So I'm proposing that if we have a checkbox, because there's obviously mature topics here, that we direct the superintendent to, like we do with English Language Arts, TVUSD places a high value on maintaining strong partnerships with parents in monitoring instructional materials. An effective partnership is established when teachers communicate information about instructional materials and parents actively monitor the books or texts their children read. This text is designed to challenge sophisticated readers and deals with mature and or controversial topics. Parents are encouraged to embrace this active role by communicating questions or concerns to the classroom teacher. And I think so either, I don't want to be the one that says to a parent, your kid can't read this book. There are mature topics in the book. I recognize that. That's why we've been debating this for months. If we are going to abide by the 14th Amendment, which says that parents control and manage their kids' education, then let them control and manage their kids' education. That's what it says, and that's what we have advocated for that and talked about that. So let's put this into effect.
Okay, now it's my turn, and I can't get that horrible visualization of a woman tying up her husband and urinating on him out of my mind. Like, that's pretty much what the book is descriptively describing.
Imagine that in a child's mind.
Anyways, I want people to know that I did have action item 35I on here, and that is a consideration, but I think the language needed to be reworded. And that goes back to the board policy 5145, and I had the motion to notify parents or guardians of any instructional content that they are aware of, any current or future school coursework or specific instructional content that may conflict with their sincerely held religious beliefs. Now, I've been told this needs to be reworked, but I just think that maybe we can come up with a solution as a board. It sounds like, Dr. Komrosky, that you were stating like maybe just notify the parents. Again, this is elective. No student is going to be forced or required to take this class, so it is an elective that they sign up for. Can we somehow let the parents know what the content is so the parents can? That's what we're doing.
This was. It's a directive to put this in the syllabus, letting the parents know that there are mature and or controversial topics here.
And how specific do we want in the syllabus? Do we want page number, this XYZ?
Well, we do this in ELA we do this in our English language. Isn't that correct? Dr. Velez, can you please speak
Yes,
to
Mr. Barham, that's actually correct. We already have a quite lengthy document that we already submit to parents with the syllabi that it does that class may pertain, and it may have some specific content in it. So we do notify parents that way. That's already in existence. And in our meeting, Mr. Barham, with Mr. Ballywag, we did talk about for particular classes, which may have some elective content such as this, increasing that language and being more transparent with parents. Correct.
Okay, so I think we have a consensus that this book does have mature topics in it that some parents may not want their kids to be a part of. So I need it very clear because I'm still not quite sure. What you read was so lengthy that I have no idea what you're saying. We want to just put it in the syllabus. That's it. Oh, no, if you read it again, it's still gonna. I want it summarized. Are you suggesting that we put it in the syllabus, or do we want an opt-in for parents, or is that not an option?
If they are required to sign a syllabus,
Uh-huh.
if a parent reads the syllabus, they are going to see that this text contains mature and/or controversial topics. That means if you care about that, you are going to open up the book and you're going to take a look for yourself. And
Okay.
I have a recommendation.
Yeah, can I?
We're not decided. Maybe
Uh-huh.
push this to the next meeting. Two pivotal questions. One is, we flag everything and say, parents, you want your kids to do it? It's on you. Sign a consent form. The other one is to ask the question, does this make us a better district to have this material at all? Maybe we meditate on that and come back as a board. I'm of the latter. I don't think it makes us a better district to have this. There's sex tourism. There's all kinds of other stuff in here I didn't even mention.
So I second the second motion to push this just because we do have quite a few things to get through the agenda. Joseph, I'm assuming that you're motioning to postpone this to the
Yes.
July meeting. I second that. Is there anyone that opposes? Can we bring this up? Okay, so it's unanimous. The motion to postpone.
on.
Oh, wait.
Is there a time limit that we need to adhere to, Joe?
So the only issue that would come up with postponement is it generally takes about 6 weeks to turn an order around.
Okay.
And so there would be a
Delay.
that we would not have the textbook at the start of the school.
I think right now the risk is no book or we postpone it and have a late book. So I have a second. Do we need to call roll or do we want to take just have consent? Okay, so there's a consensus that we're going to postpone this till the July.
we'll push it back for the 10th time.
For the 10th time. We'll push it back.
We keep pushing it back.
Well, this one.
It's a tough
I mean,
call.
I'm a parent. This is
It's
hard. And we're trying. I think that this board has learned. We're not going to just say no to the book. We're looking for solutions rather than book bans and curriculum bans. We're saying, is there other options? So
I don't want to ban
the next item is 15. I move.
Can we just let parents know that the book is available at the district office?
Yes.
If they're contemplating that their child is going to take sociology,
Can I hand that to
they can come to the district office, and Greg, I'm sorry to answer your question, but it's at the district office. You can come and look at it at any time. And the parents whose kids are taking the class can come look at it also.
I think that's an excellent call to parents, Mr. Schwartz, in the meantime. Yeah.
Okay. Let's move on to item 15. I move to approve the following textbook for use in CSCR 100, CSCR 502, On-Course Strategies for Success in College, Career, and Life by Skip Downing and Jonathan Brennan, publisher Cengage. Do I have a second?
Second.
Does anyone oppose? The motion is adopted unanimously. I move to approve the updated expanding learning opportunities program plan for the 25-26 school year. Do I have a second? Does anyone oppose? No one opposes, so the motion is adopted unanimously. I move to approve the CSEA TVUSD Memorandum of Understanding April 24th, 2025 account. Account Clerk 3, Accounting Specialist, Assistant Bookkeeper, Bookkeeper I-High School Revisions, and revised job descriptions pending CSE ratification. Do I have a second? Will you second that?
Second.
Does anyone oppose? There's no opposition, so the motion passes unanimously. I move to approve CSEA TVUSD Memorandum of Understanding, June 6, 2025, 2025-2026 adopted work year calendar for athletic trainers pending CSE ratification. Do I have a second?
Second. Just,
I'll take
for information, we only changed the year of the work year for the athletic trainers as an accommodation to the practice schedule so that they would be, Nicole, correct? So that they would be available when the kids were practicing rather than working a whole month where there were no athletic events. So it doesn't change anyone's working conditions, but it's there so that they're for the kids when they're practicing.
Is there anyone that opposes? There's no opposition, so the motion is adopted unanimously. I move to approve the CSEA TVUSD Memorandum of Understanding, May 30th, 2025, safety vests for noonday aids and safety aids. Does anyone oppose? Or I'm sorry, do I have a second? Does anyone oppose? There's no opposition, so the motion is adopted unanimously. I move to approve the athletics stipend update memorandum of understanding between Temecula Valley Unified School Districts and the Temecula Valley Educators Association. Do I have a second?
Second.
Does anyone oppose? There's no opposition.
Point of clarification. There's a typo on the topic sheet. The total cost of this is $8,835 plus labor-related costs, so it's not going to cost as much as originally projected on the topic sheet. So I just wanted to mention that.
And I do have a question before we officially vote.
Okay.
Dr. Woods, can I ask Mrs. Lash a quick question?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So we had a conversation earlier in terms of stipends and talking about negotiations, that type of thing. I know there were some people who had questions tonight in terms of how that works and specifically for stunt. Would this be a place where you could answer any of that? I know Mr. Arce is king and has insight there that could be really helpful, but would this be a place for any mention with that particular topic or not? I just want to be sure we're trying because we've got some great people that are passionate about it.
Yeah, so this is a negotiated item, and so if it's a priority to discuss the girls' stunt and we get direction from the board to explore that as we move forward in those negotiations, we're happy to agendize that for a future conversation with TVEA. And I'm just trying to represent some of the negotiation process as best I can in Mr. Arce's absence. But I think we could agendize that for a future meeting if that's the board's direction.
Okay.
I'd just like to add, it is a pretty complex process, and they look at case law and all kinds of things. But if that's the board's desire, then we certainly can bring it up at the table with the committee.
Thank you.
All right. Does anyone oppose this motion? There's no opposition, so the motion is adopted unanimously. We're number 21. I move to approve the dual enrollment teaching assignment memorandum of the understanding between TVUSD and the Temecula Valley Educators Association. Do I have a second?
Second.
Does anyone oppose? There's no opposition, so the motion passes unanimously. I move to approve the First Amendment to the slide letter of agreement regarding TVEA Vice President release between Temecula Valley Unified School District and the Temecula Valley Educators Association. Do I have a second? Does anyone oppose? No one opposes, so the motion is adopted unanimously. I move to approve the Elementary Special Education Case Management Time Memorandum of Understanding between TVUSD and TVEA. Do I have a second?
Second.
Does anyone oppose? There's no opposition, so the motion passes unanimously. I move to approve the 2025-26 certificated salary schedules and stipend extra duty schedules effective July 1st, 2025. Do I have a second?
Second.
I move to provide notice to conduct a required public hearing regarding such formation and authorization of special tax and bonded indebtedness. Do I have a second?
On this one, you will have opposition from me, just to keep it short too, because for time's sake, items 25 through 33, I'll be voting no on all these, to be consistent with my last vote. And for the community, I am firm on this, but I am not fixed.
Okay,
So I'm just letting the board know.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay. So, Lene, please call roll.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
No.
Komrosky?
No.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes. The motion is adopted 3-2. Okay. These are public hearings in this Board of Education's proceedings for Community Facilities District number 2025-1. The hearings are to inquire into 1, the formation of a CFD, the levy of special taxes in the CFD, and the need to incur bonded indebtedness in the CFD to finance the cost of certain proposed facilities. We have been presented with the boundary map of the CFD. Does anyone wish to file written protests? If so, they must be filed with the clerk now. All right. Approval to adjourn from the regular session to open public hearing in this governing board's proceedings. I move to approve adjourning from the regular session to open public hearings in the governing board's proceedings for formation of the district's Community Facilities District number 2025-1 and for the issuance of bonded and other debt. Do I have a second?
Second.
Lene, please call roll.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
No.
Komrosky?
No.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes. The motion is adopted 3-2. I move to conduct the required public hearing regarding such formation and authorization of special tax and bonded indebtedness. Do I have a second?
Second.
Lene, please call roll.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
No.
Komrosky?
No.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes. The motion is adopted 3-2. The hearings are now officially open. To have orderly hearings, we will first have presentations by the staff about the CFD. After that, we will receive comments and questions and any oral protests from any interested persons. When all comments have been received, the hearing will be closed. Dr. Woods introduces the item.
Well, it speaks for itself, so the hearing is open if there's any opposition.
Is there any comments or questions? I move that the board close the public hearing regarding the proposed CFD number 2025-1, including the proposed levy of special taxes and authorization of bonded indebtedness, and return to a regular session. Do I have a second?
Second.
Lene?
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Not present.
Komrosky?
No.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes. The motion is adopted 3-1 and 1 not present. The public hearing is now closed. The board may now ask questions and discuss the CFD. When the discussion is through, the board considers and adopts the following resolutions.
Let's just bundle these. Can we bundle these?
I don't know if we can.
Let's bundle these.
I don't think we can.
You don't think so?
No. I move to adopt resolution number 2024-2541, which establishes Community Facilities District number 2025-1, the CFD, and authorizes the levy of special taxes with the CFD subject to approval of the qualified electors in the CFD and calls a special election. Do I have a second?
Second.
Lene?
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma's not present. Komrosky?
No.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes, the motion is adopted 3-2.
Dr. Anderson, which one are we on now? What number?
Number 30.
Okay, they're flying by so fast.
I know.
It helps if you give us the
Okay,
number.
I'll
All
start
right.
saying number
Yep.
30. Number 30 is, I move to adopt resolution number 2024-25-42, which declares the necessity to incur bonded indebtedness in Community Facilities District number 20 2024-2025-1 in the maximum original principal amount of $5 million for the purpose of financing the cost of certain public facilities, and authorizes the issuance of bonds subject to the approval of the qualified electors of the CFD. Do I have a second?
Second.
Schwartz,
Yes.
Wiersma,
No.
Komrosky,
No.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson.
Oh, sorry.
That's great.
Yes. The motion is adopted 3-2. I move to adopt resolution number 2024-25-43, calling for a special landowner election in Community Facilities District number 2025-1 on the issue of the levy of the special tax, the incurring of bonded indebtedness, and the establishment of the appropriations limit. Do I have a second?
Second.
Lene?
Schwartz,
Yes.
Wiersma,
No to taxes.
Komrosky,
No.
Barham,
You don't understand.
Wait,
Yes.
you guys, just say yes or no, you guys. Just say yes or no.
What number
yes.
are we on?
The motion is adopted 3-2.
What are we up to? What
We are now, at this time, I ask the clerk to open the ballots and announce the results of the election. We are 31.
Thank you, Mike Pence. Yeah.
I am in receipt of one ballot, and the vote is yes. The ballot measure passes by the required 2/3 vote. Go ahead. Yeah. Yeah.
The results of the election being unanimously in favor of the levy of the special taxes, the establishment of the appropriations limit, and the incurring of bonded indebtedness, we may now proceed with the final actions for the CFD. I move to adopt resolution number 2024-25/44, declaring the results of a special landowner election in Community Facilities District number 2025-1 on the issues of the levy of the special tax, the incurring of bonded indebtedness, and the establishment of appropriations limit. Do I have a second?
Second.
Schwartz,
Yes.
Wiersma,
No.
Komrosky,
No.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
And if I can make a brief comment,
Please,
just
we've already taken roll.
Okay, go.
So the motion passes 3-2. The board will now consider the introduction of an ordinance levying taxes in the CFD. This is often called the first reading of the ordinance. The board will consider adoption of the ordinance, sometimes called the second reading, at our meeting of July 22nd. Is it 22nd or 24th? 22nd, 2025. I move to introduce the ordinance and waive the reading of the ordinance in full. Do I-
second.
Schwartz,
Yes.
Wiersma,
No.
Komrosky,
No.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes. The motion is adopted 3-2. Thank you, everyone. That completes tonight's proceeding related to the Community Facilities District. Action item number 34. I move to approve the amendment to employee agreements for assistant superintendents, educational support services, business support services, human resources development, and student support services between TVUSD and Dr. Kimberly Velez, Nicole Lash, Francisco Arce, and Nicole Deas.
Second.
Lene?
Schwartz,
Yes.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Komrosky,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes. The motion is adopted unanimously. All right. We've got two more things. We've got parental notification. So we removed number C, we removed number I. Number I was related to the book, so we can come back to that one. We have, I think it would be better, because we already had all of this on the previous agenda and we've discussed it many times. If anyone wants to start with A and asking questions or making comments. So number A, student record changes. The amendment is on the agenda and the amended language is in blue. I hope it's still in blue. Yeah.
I think that we need to consider one of the community members' comments on this in terms of maybe adding an AR to this policy. But I want to ask a question first. Dr. Velez or Mrs. Diaz, who makes this? Does the counselor or the registrar make the records change? Oh yeah.
Dr. Woods, could we ask Mrs. Diaz to help us explain this?
Yes, thanks for
I'm tired.
asking. You
Sorry,
can.
Dr. Woods.
That's okay.
The records change for an official records change has to go through a process including our registrar. The records change for an unofficial records change, which could occur in Infinite Campus where it's visible by teachers or administrators, can happen with our registrar and our counseling office.
So the student would go directly to the registrar if they wanted to make a change to their unofficial record.
They could go to the registrar, they could go to a counselor, they could go to an SELT member.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and ask.
Can you explain the current process if a student were to want to make an unofficial record change of their name?
The current process is that they go to the administrator or the counselor and make that request, and then the records in that unofficial capacity will be changed in Infinite Campus. And the Infinite Campus changes are currently and have been viewable and accessible by parents. So if I'm a parent and I'm logging into my student's Infinite Campus account, I'm privy to any changes that have been made in there as access to their student records.
Yeah, no, I just want to make a comment because I think maybe we need some kind of an AR to this because I'm in favor of the policy of the automatic email being, but I'm not in favor of what's going to happen if you do this and your parents are going to find out. I don't think I'm in favor of that.
Okay, so I want to clarify. Right now, if a student makes an unofficial records change to their Infinite Campus, that is currently visible to the parents.
Yes, it is.
How would this change that process?
The process as it's changed according to this language is that there's an active step in there of a notification that goes to the parents versus me as a parent going into IC and seeing the change and the notifications that exist in Infinite Campus.
Okay.
I want to also add that this language currently we have discussed and need to establish an infrastructure for what this looks like in Infinite Campus. Because this has been going through stages of reading, an exploratory stage hasn't gone through for what IC has the capacity to do. So in terms of what it actually looks like, I can't tell you, but currently I can log in and I would see all those changes.
Okay. So at this time, I just want to clarify to the public that if a student goes in and changes their record and makes an unofficial record change, that's visible to the parent already. And what if the student does not want their parent to know that they are unofficially changing their name? How do we handle that as a district?
the student has the right legally to be asked to be called a different name, to be asked to be identified as a different gender already, without there being any unofficial record change. That law exists. If it goes into Infinite Campus, we allow the student the knowledge that this would determine parental notification, because the law supports under FERPA, the parents having access to the student records. An unofficial change is accessible and will be made available to families and parents. So there's two different ways they can do it, but the actual change in the record where they'll see their name differently on a roster, for example, because that's the name they prefer to be called, that would be something that is visible from the parents through their login for IC.
I have a couple questions. So with the notification, is that a notification through Infinite Campus that they'll see a check or something where, oh, I've got a message, or is it a separate email altogether?
I think that that's what has to be established through the approval of the updated language with this, of what that would look like. I'm not an Infinite Campus expert in terms of how we go about that notification, but currently, if I log in or print out my student schedule or print out my student's attendance, I would see a name change on there. And parents have always had access to that.
Okay, so I know Mr. Evans had some thoughts with this, and he's not here tonight, so I'll look forward to seeing how that continues forward. Just for the record, I want to say I do prefer a phone call. Josh, I agree with you in the sense of, you know, I think there are some things that merit a call, and I think we've seen that other districts are going to do that. However, this is something in addition to, so I'm going to hope we keep moving forward.
I'll echo that sentiment. Oh, you guys want to go first, or it's getting late? I echo the sentiment, and I thank Mrs. Diaz for making it clear that parents have always had access to that, and I believe that that's a parental right, and I'm going to want the parental notification so that they're notified that there is a change as well. ARs that Chino provided, but this is different, though, because this is an email notification sent through Infinite Campus. They did not do that part, correct, Mrs. Bursma? I mean, you worked on this a little bit more than me with the AR background.
Are you asking if they do an email notification? Yeah. I know they prioritize a phone call and discussion. I don't know if they back it up with an email or not, so I'm unsure.
I'm with the phone call because I think the parents deserve that, but I'd still vote for this even if it was an email notification. I just prefer a phone call because some parents don't check emails. I mean, it's the reality.
Yeah, I'm going to. So I did discuss this with legal as we were going through, and they recommended not adopting the Chino policy as it's written, and that they would advise doing the automatic email notification instead. And that was their opinion.
What
Do you want
lawyer
me to
did you
get
talk
that written? I was talking with the attorneys at AALRR.
Diedrich and
the
DeMarco?
The same attorney that's working on all of our parental notifications.
And they were recommending an email notification rather than a phone call?
That was a verbal confirmation when I said, we've got two options, adopt Chino language or do the email, and it was advised that we do the email. I think there's some concerns. We don't want to get involved with any perb.
Yeah.
Can you send that to the board with concrete information from them so we all have that on record?
So do you guys want to pull this item and put it on next month? That's my question.
No, I don't.
No, I want to adopt it now, but I
Can
am
I-
with Mrs. Wuersma. We should get an email notification when
I
you
wanna see
talk
a
to a
summary of
lawyer so
that.
that we have that in
Yeah.
writing, because that's been the practice.
And that's been the policy. That should happen.
What's been the policy?
We need to give them a summary.
Oh, a summary.
Yeah.
Okay, and that.
But I wanted to say
Okay,
as well,
okay.
I mean,
And I want to speak after.
yeah, not only, I mean, you spoke to the attorney, but I also, you know, after we talked about Chino, I went back to the staff and said, okay, let's really flush this out. And the opinion from the staff was there are very gray areas in the Chino policy which could get us perved. So, you know, and I want to say this too, because I'm not about, and we've talked about this, pulling policies. You know how I've explained to you how I work. But I do want to say that I appreciate the work that these other districts have done, but the results of all of that have been, as we've picked policies out from the ones who have spearheaded this, we've been sued and we've been perved. And it's like, and that's why I would prefer to try it this way. I don't know what's going to happen here. I mean, because even when you get advice from an attorney, it's like, it's not battle tested, even when you get advice from an attorney. It's like, so but I would say I would like to try our own policies. That's what I would like to do.
Okay, so with this item A, does anyone want to pull this? If not,
let's vote.
Then I'm going to make a motion to approve.
Can I just
Oh,
speak
yes,
for a second?
Mr. Schwartz, thank you.
Kind of go back and forth on this, and I go back to being a parent and a grandparent, and having heard what other parents in the community say. Yeah, it's really nice to know what your kids are doing, but if you're an involved parent, you know what your kids are doing. And this could put kids in danger. This could put kids in danger, and that's the negative part of this. The positive part is that parents should know what their kids are doing, but the negative part is if a kid doesn't want his parent to know, this could be dangerous to them. This could get them thrown out of their house. This could get them banished. So, you know, I really don't know how I'm going to vote on this because it's way two-sided. There are too many pluses and too many minuses for me, and just the way it is now. And I take what our parents in the audience have said, that this could be really dangerous for some children, so.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I always say vote your principles and your conscience. I would never question that. I'm going to do this one at a time then. I motion to approve the amended AR 5125 student records change. Do I have a second?
Second.
Lene?
Schwartz?
No.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes, the motion is adopted 4-1. The next one is freedom of speech and expression. This is a new policy. Yes.
I support this policy, except for, I think we need to strike. Is it the bottom? We have to scroll down to the bottom? No, it's up, I think we need to strike. Parent, guardian, written permission will be required for a student to leave class or campus to participate, because that, I do not believe that's constitutional.
That was actually removed by this is not the correct draft if it has that, because Diedrich said that that needed to be removed, so I don't know
why
how.
that was up there, but we need to strike it.
This is not the current, so why don't we postpone, no, we need to postpone this till July. We need to postpone it till July and make sure we have the correct language that the attorneys recommended. Do I have a second? I motion to postpone policy 5145, freedom of speech and expression, till the July meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Does anyone oppose postponing this?
Otherwise, it's good.
Yeah, I know that specifically that Mr. Diedrich had that language taken out, so this has to be incorrect.
And Dr. Anderson, if you scroll down to the bottom,
Uh-huh.
I have another concern.
Yeah. Because this policy is not the one this is not what was supposed to be on there, can I resubmit this?
Yeah.
Because whatever your concern is could have been removed from.
Yeah.
It's probably already removed by
I don't
the
like
attorney.
notifying the community where the students are at a given time.
None of that was supposed to be
Yeah,
on there.
okay.
I have no idea how we got this one on there. Thank goodness someone's paying attention, because I wasn't. So we have a motion and a second. Does anyone oppose? Then the motion to remove, or to postpone action item 35B, passes unanimously. Next is C. C, we already moved. D, assemblies. We modified the language. Dr. Komrosky, will you read through? I think assemblies was yours and ours.
Yeah, assemblies was his.
Yeah, would you read through that language, Dr. Komrosky?
Well, he should already have read it. Let's call the question.
Wait, is that one yours now? Or? That's what we have on here. Who did assemblies with me?
You have my name, but I don't remember.
Yeah.
I think I got the name wrong.
Messed up.
I didn't work on
I
this
don't
one.
remember discussing it. I read through it and went,
No. You, honestly, it's been a big agenda and a long week, so please just give me grace. I think this one was Dr. Komrosky that we discussed it.
That the third-party vendor can't come on the campus.
Oh, is it in
That's
the?
yours.
I know, but when the title of it throws me off.
I know. It's the third-party vendors, like Cousin Danny.
Yeah. Give me a second here. You want me to read the blue out loud? So what you're.
Did you read this? Were you able to did anyone review
I
parental
did.
rights and notification
I
before the
did.
meeting?
No, I mean, what he proposed is in there. I mean, I agree. It's just basically saying, we're gonna, on the website, let any vendor that's gonna come on the campus, we're gonna let the parents know.
In 5 days.
Yeah. This is what we talked about. It was easy.
There's no need to read it out.
Easy peasy.
Okay, so.
But I will add this, though. On the previous item, that freedom of speech, when
Yeah.
you had your name on there, mine should be on there. Me and Jen brought
No,
that.
That
it
one
should-
should
it
be,
should be.
that one should be yours and ours. So
Absolutely.
this is what I'm gonna do for the next meeting. I'm gonna have Lene send a proof out and make sure that we have that right. So that we don't, because I think I've messed up the names a little bit. Okay, if there's no objection to this language, I'm pretty sure this is the correct language. Then
is.
I motion to adopt
It's just all the names of them.
information item 35D. Do I have a second?
Second.
Does anyone oppose?
No one.
Then the motion to adopt 35D passes unanimously. Library and media centers. Did I get the right name on that one?
Yes, you got the right thing.
Dr. Komrosky, was this one yours? Library and media centers?
Yes, it was.
Okay. We're on E, right?
Yeah, I mean, the language sounds good, but again, this is a parental right, but not a parental notification.
Turn on your mic.
Notification sent on a monthly basis to
But your
the
mic.
parents of the school district.
Sorry, your mic. Turn on your mic.
It's getting late. This is a parental right, but not a parental notification on the one that we tried to advance back on August 22nd, 2023, Mrs. Worse and I. Basically, it gives the parents on a monthly basis what's coming into that library. This is basically saying, hey, you guys have access, figure it out in another language. I want a notification. This is what we received, and in kind, this is what has come in, so that they're alerted. So I say we move this off to the next meeting because there's no notification in here.
Okay, I think we should pass it, and then why don't you write an amendment for it?
Well, my amendment is to have a mechanism for parental notification, on a monthly basis.
I just
It's
think
just
that's,
that
I think
simple,
that
like a
there's a point
sentence.
where we're creating a lot of work, and
Yeah.
as parents, we can, it's just like, at what point, I don't want to get to the point where the parents are gonna not be listening to us because we're sending email after email, like, hey, we got this book, Pretty Pink Princess has been added to the library. It's gonna water it down.
I mean, the discussion that I recall we were having was a parent can have access to the library at any time by appointment. That was the discussion.
That was the
discussion we had. This was not part of the discussion that we had at that
Yeah,
time.
but you didn't have the discussion I had with Dr. Anderson. We actually met in private to discuss these 4 items: student protest, in-kind library donation. The other one was, oh my gosh, there's 4 of them. Sorry, I haven't printed out. Me and her specifically sat down and talked about these.
So then my recollection was, my concern was the access to the libraries. As presented on the previous agenda, the part that I modified was that we wanted to, and this is what I added, to clarify that parents have access to libraries, but we needed to let them know that they couldn't just come storm the schools and have access to the libraries, that they needed to make. So I'm going to motion that we adopt this, and then you can submit an amendment on the next agenda with the language that you feel like is important, and then we'll date it. Do I have?
You know that language is on the, I think it's the May 16th meeting. It's written already. You say have the language. You want me to pull it up or have Lene show it to you on the screen? It's 1 sentence.
So I don't support sending emails every time we have a new book come into the library. I think we're going to water down our notification system. We probably have hundreds of books a year come into each and every
But on a
different
monthly
library.
basis, hey, this library received this amount of books. Not every single one, but
So-
on this month, this is what we received.
Okay,
You're
so,
against that?
So I'm going to motion that we adopt this, and then you can make that amendment to it. I motion that we adopt, I'm not opposed to what you're saying, but we need to just amend it. I'm trying to get through. We adopt the amendment to Board Policy 6163.1, Library Media Centers. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have one question before we vote. Can you guarantee that that will come back? You've expressed your opinion, but my vote's going to be contingent
Yes,
upon that because we have a great technician. I know the system in the libraries are stellar, so they track all of those things pretty easily. It could be an Excel form. It could be something that we already keep.
I'm not opposed to it. Lene,
Okay.
will you add that to the next agenda? Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
have consensus to add that to the next agenda. Lene, please call roll when you're done adding that to the next agenda.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes, the motion is adopted unanimously. Suicide prevention, Dr. Komrosky, I think you pointed out that there wasn't a specific timeline. So in this one, I added the 3 days. We had most of the language that you had. This does not have superintendent. That's a different one. This is the suicide prevention. We didn't have an official, it just said will notify, and your policy that you submitted had like 3 days, so we added that language. Is there any other?
No, so okay, just to back up. Are you referring to the Placentia Yorba Linda mental health policy?
No, this is suicide prevention.
Okay, on the
With the-
Placentia Yorba Linda, is that me and you met specifically
I
on
think
that one
that
as
is
well?
Placentia Yorba Linda, and the difference in the language that they had and we had was we had almost identical language, but we did not have a time frame in which parents would be notified. So because it was so similar, we just took the suggestion. I think you had 3 days. They had 3 days, within 3 days. We could say immediately, let's see. Do you want to change that to as soon as possible? So our
what you're
policies
saying
are
is
really
the
the same.
Placentia Yorba Linda policy is being conflated with this one. You're not bringing that forward is what you're saying. Because these are 2 different policies. I actually have a breakdown. And I can read this off for my 2 minutes.
I looked through on the meeting 2 meetings ago, when I compared their suicide policy and ours, we had a very similar policy, except we didn't have, and you and Mr. Barham were kind of debating this, and I pointed out the difference is we don't have the 3-day notification.
So theirs is a 24-hour notification.
What else would you like to add? 24 hours?
Yes.
Okay.
Theirs is 24 hours,
So
and you can find that in the previous agendas.
So should we let's amend it to say 24 hours?
Yeah, and to be clear, theirs isn't just a suicide policy, it's a mental health policy. It can deal with anxiety, depression, many other things. Now, I did read through your language. I think I would be satisfied if it was a 24-hour notification. And to be clear, can you pull that up, please, for us, Lene?
Which one? It's right there.
F?
It's right here. It's on the screen.
Oh my gosh, sorry, my vision, so I won't even. It's the part, can you enlarge, or sorry, I'll go to it. It's the part that talks about the 3-day notification, just to
It's in
emphasize.
blue right there. And I'll make the motion and amend that to 24 hours. Or,
Yeah, only because, okay, when I read this, because me and you didn't talk about, so this is something I want to be clear. When I work with you and sit down with you, you're supposed to reciprocate. Hey, Joseph, I'm going to agendize this. Are you okay with the blue language? You agendize it, but you didn't get back to me. Me and you met in private. So this is like, hey, I made this decision. Hope you agree with it on the dais.
I thought that we decided that, so when I compared the two,
We compared the two.
yeah.
So you're getting, I compared, then we compared, but then it was me and you, and I'm just, it's
No,
very
we-
convoluted. I met with you, and you said last board meeting that you would bring.
Yeah, just a sec. So,
No.
what do you guys want? What do you guys want to do? Do you want to amend this and move on, or we already went through this? I was under the impression that you were satisfied when I said you look at Placentia, Yorba Linda, and you look at Temecula, and we are almost exactly the same. We don't have a timeline of notification, and you've had 2 months to compare our policy with Placentia, Yorba Linda, and then highlight and outline exactly what you want from Placentia, Yorba Linda that we don't already have, because my perspective is they are very similar, and what I could see we didn't have was a timeline. So I'm okay, like I thought we were in agreement that the timeline for the suicide prevention, and notice that we have not taken Placentia, Yorba Linda, we've taken pieces of Placentia, Yorba Linda that were missing in our board policy and amending our board policy so it's updated. If we just took their policy, then we're going to have a lot of redundancy and a lot of confusion, and there may be some conflicts. Yeah, so I just want to know, where are we going to go here? Are we going to pull this, or what are we going to do?
Well, what I wanted to say to you, I understand where you're coming from with that Placentia, Yorba Linda. I promise you, the language is exactly, the words are exactly the same. It's already there outside of the timeline.
We didn't have the timeline.
Yes, but I'm saying.
Not gonna, debate. What I'm saying is I hope this is a point well received with you, Melinda. When you want to work with me in a group, you have to communicate with me. Hey, Joseph, you did not say any of what you just said in that meeting. You should have. And I would have said, oh, no problem. Let me compare policies. You did not.
I thought that I did, but, some things, sometimes we just misunderstand each other. So I move to adopt the agenda item 35F with amended language of the principal or designee shall notify the student's parent/guardian within 24 hours of the incident. Do I have a second?
Second.
Lene?
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes. The motion passes unanimously.
And Dr. Anderson, I just would like to make it clear, I appreciate the 24-hour notice, but an incident like this would be almost an immediate notification.
I agree, and I just think
Amen.
having something in policy just lets the public know where we stand on these serious matters. The next is the AR for suicide prevention. I think this might be where there's additional language that you might have been looking for.
Yeah, Dr. Anderson, I'm going to hand this to you and Emil. We've already voted, so I'm satisfied. Like, the needle's been moved. I'm going to let you know the differences, but we're beyond it. But I'm still going to show you this.
Okay. And I'm more than happy to, we should, if you think this needs to be amended again, we should amend this again. Lene, okay, here we go.
Yeah, we can amend this again.
So we're going to update this AR to be reflective of the current board policy that we passed. So I don't think we need to take action. Dr. Komorowski, where she's pulled it up, if you want to just review it, we can make more amendments to this policy. The nice thing is on the agenda, you have the regulation 5141.52. So if you want to cross-reference it, I will not deny having any more amendments. We can amend this as much as we want. If you feel like we need to tighten it up, will you please submit it for the next agenda? The next one.
This is the suicide one, right?
Yeah, that's just the AR, if you want to add to the AR.
24 hours.
Uh-huh.
That's it. 24 hours, done.
No, because it will.
Or less?
Or less, yeah. The AR will follow the policy. You'll just amend it. Healthcare and emergencies. This is, am I on the right one? Healthcare and emergencies. This is more language from, I think this is more language from Placentia Yorba Linda. Parents and guardians shall be notified as soon as possible following the incident and no later than 1 school day after accident, injury, or onset of illness. Is that also from Placentia Yorba Linda?
That's what I thought, like you pulled parts and distributed throughout on this. Yeah.
Because and that's where I think the confusion was, is we had so much of the language that we took all of the strengths of Placentia Yorba Linda and just made sure that ours was stronger.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay.
I'm good with this.
So does, I have a motion to, I'm on G, I skipped F. Okay, oh no, I didn't. Okay, so I have I motion to approve amended board policy 5141. Do I have a second?
Second.
Does anyone oppose? Then the motion to amend passes unanimously. And then bullying, this was part of their health care too. And there's still more. I mean, I had a list of 15. So if you think that something's left out, it is, because we're still got a few more things. The language on this one.
Just scroll to the blue. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're on a roll.
We have 3 school days here. I think that my opinion is three school days is probably reasonable to make sure the staff has a clear understanding of what happened. Sometimes the perpetrator is actually the victim or something like that, but I'm open to any other suggestions if people want to change
I'm in alignment with this too because there's the fact-finding process. I'm not sure how long that goes. Dr. Woods, can I call Mrs. Diaz? Is that reasonable, 3 days for the bullying because of the fact-finding, interviewing, and everything that goes on behind the scenes?
Yes, I appreciate the question. So 2 things. If you look through this board policy, which is really robust, there are already some state mandated timelines that we have in there for when we have to report to administration, when administration reports to home. But I think that the fact-finding also comes in with the connection to the definition of bullying, because sometimes it's a moment of disagreement. It's when we start getting into the definition that's outlined here that creates a little bit more of an opportunity for us to investigate. And this language emulates what our current practice is in terms of our efforts in parent communication and transparency.
I'd also like to highlight that we discussed a phone call shall be used, because there's times when I think a phone call is essential and not an email notification. So I don't think bullying, suicide
You don't
is.
want the kid coming home and complaining.
Yeah,
You know,
so.
call mom and told her.
Yeah, so I motion to approve.
I have a discussion point.
I'm sorry, yes, Mrs. Weir's.
So I appreciate talking about the bullying aspect, and it does pertain to this whole issue with parent notification. I just wanted to let you know, with Chino, they won with PERB with a notification policy and just had to change one aspect, and it had to do with bullying, which they're going to be doing. So I just wanted to make that clear that their notification policy is solid, but that was something that they spoke to. So I'm glad that we are looking at this. I just want to be sure the right context is out there with the truth of what they're doing.
And I think that doing things a little bit different doesn't mean that one person did it right or wrong. Like we're trying our best, and the reason that I'll go back to email is we want to avoid litigation and perp.
Right. And this is good.
Yeah,
This
I'm
is
grateful
good.
for your guys' support. I think it's nice to see the board come together. So I motion to amend board Action item 35H, bullying.
Second, do you mean approve or amend? Because you said amend, I think we're good.
I'm sorry, approve the amendment that we're adding language.
second.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone that opposes? Then the motion to approve the amended board policy 5131.2 bullying passes unanimously. And then I was pulled. And so we're done with that. We're going to do reorganization of.
Oh, can I make a brief comment?
Yes. Do we want to make comments? I removed that one from the agenda.
Oh, good.
That one was removed. That's related to the book. That was just me trying to navigate a mature book. So parental notification is done. And
Thank God.
yeah, no, thank you, everyone. Dr. Komorowski, thank you for giving me grace, and I'm okay if you point out the mistakes. I'm open to amendments, okay? Mr. Barham, thanks for the many, many hours, that you've spent going over all these policies with me. And Mrs. Wiersma, I appreciate the time that you took and met with me at the office as well, so that we could all understand where we are headed on these different topics. And Mr. Schwartz, he contributed because
It's okay.
Mr. Schwartz, what you did is you gave us unanimous votes. And I feel like that's really important for where we are as a board with the community. There are some things I respect when you have to vote no and stand by your principles. But you've been very open-minded to a lot of these ideas.
I always stand with our principles, even
Yes.
some of them are out in the audience.
Yeah, principles. Okay, there we go. So thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Honestly, you could have came to parental rights and notification as like a wall and peace out.
No,
But
it's okay.
you've
No.
been so willing to listen and let us go through this.
No, it's just that I always see it as two-sided issue.
Yes.
Parent responsibility, parent notification. Someplace in the middle, they meet, and someplace in the middle, they're far apart. So,
And people need to know that things might still need to be amended. Like if something comes up and an attorney one of our general counselors or Mr. DeMarco calls us or someone and they say like, hey, we need to change this language or this language is stronger. I think that we have to be open to further amendments. So I'm open to your suggestions too.
Can I get board consensus to meet with Dr. Woods and somebody from the library so that next meeting I can at least have some good verbiage from somebody who's trained like library staff? If you
Yes.
give me permission, then I can easily work on something.
I
And then
agree.
present it to the board.
Do we have board
Okay.
consensus? Thank you,
right,
Dr.
thank
Komorowski. Dr. Woods, are you okay arranging that? And then he can put something on the agenda. Thank you. So the last thing is I'm going to turn this one over to reorganization of subcommittees. And we will have to take action. Do we want to do that at this meeting?
yes.
All right, then, I don't even know where I'm at in my script.
I will say I'm going to remove myself from the board policy review. That was, Mrs. Wiersma and I did that a year and a half ago. We were being federally audited. We actually had to go through many policies, and we did that with Huff. Somebody else can hop on that committee if they want, but I'll
Okay.
remove myself from
So-
that committee.
So let's start with that. We want to dissolve that?
I'm open for that, too.
Yeah, let me tell you the reason we need to dissolve it, because I think it was established in 2023, and you and Mrs. Wiersma were on the subcommittee. Then you got recalled, and there was never any action taken on that subcommittee. And Mr. Schwartz stepped in to that without any approval from the board at that time. You just stepped in, if you recall.
I do.
And so we're kind of messed up there. So we need to dissolve it and then reestablish it. So I'm going to move that we dissolve the current board policy subcommittee. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Does anyone oppose? Do you have, okay. Then the motion to dissolve the board policy subcommittee passes unanimously.
So I have a few.
Okay.
We don't need to keep talking about the future meeting location because.
No, God, but I will say, I like the other setup better than this one.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you.
But you're talking about another room or
No,
just?
like this one, but the old school way of doing
Okay,
it. I
but
feel
we
like I'm
could,
on
we
the
could
wing
work
here,
on that,
looking
but
at the wall.
we don't need to meet on finding another place.
We don't need to meet on
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Second one is.
So I motion to, Mr. Schwartz motions to dissolve the location of the school.
Right,
We'll
before-
talk with Brian about it.
Okay, do I have a second?
Definitely, yeah.
Okay, even though we're not in committee,
Yeah,
we'll
we
just.
could just
all
talk
right,
about
all right,
it
we'll
with
do
Brian.
that.
Second is student board members. We have.
Let's dissolve each one. Where is that one?
And I second the dissolving of it.
Okay, does anyone oppose the motion to dissolve the future board meeting location? No one opposes, so the motion passes unanimously, and we'll dissolve that committee. Mr. Schwartz, what is your next?
Student board members, we've elected a student board member. We worked it out, and I don't think we have to meet on it and talk about it anymore.
Okay, I met with the student board member, and she and I discussed her amending the policy. So she would like to submit her duties.
yeah.
She might sit in for a little bit before
course.
she decides, and then she'll present it to the board and we can debate it.
Well-
So I second the motion to dissolve the student board members committee. Does anyone oppose? No one opposes, so the motion to dissolve student board members passes
Okay.
unanimously.
And the last one is ethnic studies. I was at CSBA Legislative Committee on Friday. The legislature has not passed an ethnic studies bill. They decided it is not a graduation requirement. They're not funding it, and it's not required. So right now, we don't need to do anything until it comes back into vogue.
Ms. Wiersma? That was our hesitation from the beginning, even though we wanted to work on it gung-ho, and then we stalled it, so I'm in agreement.
That was our foundational statement right from the
Alright.
beginning,
Right.
what we
So we have a
anticipated.
second, and that's
A
gone.
second, so there was a motion to dissolve ethnic studies and a second. Does anyone oppose? No
But I
one
will
op-
say, go VAPA, okay? Get those two.
VAPA
Yeah,
is good.
go VAPA.
So the ethnics, it passes unanimously to dissolve ethnic studies.
I did have a question for Steve.
Yeah.
Within that particular meeting, did they give a trajectory, or did it seem pretty nebulous? That there was no timetable, no future plans, no dates given?
Because of what's going on with the budget and the money, the Prop 98 money being cut by, I'm not sure right now, it's maybe 1.2 billion or 1.5 billion, where the governor is going to put it in a rainy day fund and give it to us at some time. So a lot of the things that might have been funded are not going to be funded. So they just didn't want to, the thing with CSBA legislative is, if they're not going to give us money to do things, and we're going to have to pay for it and take it away from somewhere else, we're not going to support it unless it becomes if it's a requirement for graduation, then it's a different story. But right now, it's just there as an idea. It'll probably come back around. So whatever work was done on the committee, that's great. We hold it. And if we get a point where we can implement it, we will. But right now, there's no money and no requirement for it.
Okay, perfect. Then, is there any other subcommittees?
I'm going to make a motion to form a board policy subcommittee with you and me, because we have a ton of work to do with all of these policies backed up with Lene. We have to deal with it, right, Lene? Yes. Yes. See, it's a massive amount of policies
So
that we're behind
the
on.
new board policy subcommittee will be updating with the recommended CSBA language. I think it's going to be a lot of what you and Mrs. Wiersma did in the past, and then we'll just make a change of guard. Does anyone oppose that? So there's been a motion to form a new board policy subcommittee with Mr. Barham and Dr. Anderson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Does anyone oppose? Then the motion passes unanimously. Is there any other suggestions? Nope, I think we're good. Then general public comments. How many general public comments? 6 general public comments.
Didn't we cover those prior?
Those were action
Action.
item.
Got it. It was the same number, 6.
First up is David Zola, followed by Michael Davis.
Good evening. Disagreement is part of the democratic process. It sharpens ideas, exposes blind spots, and helps us serve this community better when it's done in good faith. But that's not what we're seeing all the time. We saw it tonight, and we see how productive meetings can be when we actually take the time to listen to other perspectives and actually get policies that some people have been working on for years across the finish line with some community input. What we see most of the time is performative outrage, theatrics dressed up as leadership, a refusal to engage in any dialogue that doesn't result in total validation of their worldview. You don't want discussion, you want domination. And when you don't get it, you resort to silence, sabotage, or personal attacks. I spent my life in service, 20 years in uniform, 3 deployments to places where apparently the religion makes you blush. And now years working to support students with special needs across the country. I try to show up prepared because our students deserve no less. Contrast that with those who treat a few hours a week in reading as contribution, or those who never completed their own commitments to service but lecture others on what sacrifice and patriotism look like, or those who shake hands in public but ignore emails, skip briefings, and have nothing to say in the room where the work actually happens because they quit when things get hard. Leadership is not about posing for pictures or delivering zingers on social media. It's about doing the work, all of it, not just the parts that get applause. Our students and teachers can't afford this culture of shallow posturing. They need adults who can model respect, resilience, and readiness. If you're more interested in virtue signaling and canceling people than collaborating with them, this board and this community deserve better. Finally, the arbiter of values for the community, that sounds like...
Next. Michael Davis.
Thank you for letting me share with you one more time. This may be something that's already on your agenda and something you're already processing. Many times that I come forward, I am normally here to advocate for our LGBTQIA plus siblings, but I want you to start thinking about something else over this summer as you move back into the new school year, as the idea of marginalized students continues to grow, especially our very afraid students that deal with immigration fears. There is so much that has been seen of students taken from schools, principals having to stand outside of schools to block access from ICE agents. And we're kind of in this pause time in the summer break that would allow all of our higher up leaders to start processing, as we shared earlier, how to care for every student. Things that we need to do as a school board, as parents, as teachers, that will protect afraid students who are afraid to come to school because of their skin color and the perception of who that they are. We see frequently and we hear accounts so many times of legalized persons that have been abducted by ICE agents, and that reaches into their families. So as we're in this time and you already care for so much, I really do want to give you one more thing to process in the care over. Is as this process, as it begins, as it amps up, maybe it'll slow down, who knows. But this is a level of conversation that we need to be having for truly every student. I share the lives of the students that are afraid to come out and how their parents may react. These are students that truly exist outside of any control of what they're dealing with. Many of their siblings, their parents, their aunts and uncles have been taken because of their skin color. And I just ask for you to process that as well over this summertime. Thank you for letting me share that with you.
Josh Sherling, followed by Greg Langworthy.
I'm not a doctor, not a surprise. I don't understand things to a great deep level, but I've learned something recently I want to share with you guys. It's about trans, so we can get our heads right. In uterus, your genitals start developing at 9 weeks. Your brain development for gender is at 18 weeks. So in rare cases, because it's pretty rare to be trans, something happens between week 9 and week 18. That's where it comes from. They're born this way. If you believe in God, you believe that they were knitted in the womb this way. God made them this way. So I see trans rights that are as civil rights. This isn't a new category. It's the same thing that we've seen before. When black students fought for equal schools, it was called disruptive. When women demanded to vote, they were told to wait. When gay Americans wanted to marry, people called it a threat to tradition. Sound familiar? In every case, the message was the same. You have rights, but only if they don't make us uncomfortable. That's what trans students are hearing now. They're being told, you can exist, but only under your legal name. You can transition, but only with a court order. You can be respected, but only if your parents approve. This is not equality. That's conditional humanity. And let's be clear, supporting trans students doesn't mean we're hurting girls. The idea that trans inclusion in sports erases girls is a false choice. We don't need to exclude anyone to protect opportunity. We need better support for all girls, not just scapegoats. Civil rights don't depend on comfort, consensus, or convenience. They're about protecting people, especially when it's hard. We don't need to create new rights for trans students. We just need to stop denying them the ones that everyone else already gets. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Langworthy, followed by Melanie.
So I'd like to start by giving we had this little discussion about the sociology book. Well, as an English teacher, I was often faced with choosing a textbook. Sometimes those selections in the literature book were not at all good for the students. So what did I figure out as a workaround? I would select novels, literature, according to what I thought would be best for the students, chose a grammar book, and then develop my own curriculum. I don't know if that would work for this sociology question, but it definitely worked for English. So that was one suggestion. The other thing, I do appreciate the discussion tonight. I've got all sorts of notes, so you guys really make me think as you're having these discussions. I think, and I've said this before, I think you're modeling constitutional government. What's constitutional government? You got a lot of people with different ideas, trying to bring them together, different personalities. You've got emotions, but you've got to take all the emotions and harness them under law. Respect for each other. Listen. Take a deep breath, be patient. And I can see all that happening. And it's not easy, so I'm going to give you guys credit. It's always tougher when you're up there and everyone's watching you, and then they may write down and put on social media or whatever what you did wrong. So you're willing to take the pressure. You're willing to have the discussion. Look at all the progress you made tonight on parental rights. You know, that you guys really are being an example for other boards that these things can be done. Oftentimes they're avoided because they don't want the difficult discussions. But you're having the difficult discussions. Sometimes sparks are flying. But that's part of the process because you're willing to have these discussions. So I think you're modeling a good example for students that this is how we work things out in a constitutional republic. We elect representatives to represent our views. You argue vigorously for your views, and then you vote, and that's how you have consensus. So anyway, just like to congratulate you on the meeting tonight and the progress that you're making.
Thank you. Melanie, followed by Upney.
Dr. Woods, I want to thank you. I had my previous comments, and I came in really hot, and I brought you into that. But when I had been doing all of this research, looking into Chino, and it resurfaced stuff, I had to go through our old emails, and I thought about all our phone conversations, and it kind of brought me down memory lane when you came in here, and the first thing you did was you called me, like your first week here, and you said, I absolutely want to meet with your kids. I want you to bring me the LGBTQ kids, and I want to have that conversation, and I want to know what they're going through. And you did. And you sat there, and the kids were crying, and you said the truth to them, the hard truth. And you got an ugly policy. And you did the best you could. And I did not like it. And I came at you hard. And you still answered me respectfully every single time. You have had to deal with awful lawsuits. You've had to deal with this tumultuous school board. And you are still here. You are still showing up. You're still here for our students. And I still get the best emails from you. I know I came in hot right now, but I just wanted to say thank you for showing up for us, and thank you for everything you're still doing for our kids.
Upney?
Good evening. I have two stories. Hopefully I can get through both. We're talking a lot about sports. 100 years ago, in 1925, there was a woman named Gertrude Ederl who attempted to cross the English Channel, but she could not complete it because she was like her coach. Her saying is her coach could not do it, so he had somebody touch her, so she couldn't complete it the first time. She didn't play the victim, like, oh, my chance was taken away from me, or what happened to me. She went back, she trained with Bill Burgess, another person. She came back next year, and she beat the men's record by 2 hours. She crossed the English Channel, and she beat the record by 2 hours. And that record held for a pretty long time. So if any fifth-place swimmer ever tells you, like, athletes always work towards bettering their own record, all good athletes. That was my first story. The second story is from last summer. I took my daughter to Central High in Little Rock right after the recall election so she could understand what was the problem with the CRT resolution. That was rescinded today. I learned quite a bit that day, and I would like to share some of it right now. In 1957, 3 years after schools were ordered to desegregate, 15-year-old Elizabeth Eckford walked alone to Central High School in Little Rock. Her family didn't have a phone, so she never got the message not to go alone. A mob was waiting. They hurled slurs, they threatened to lynch her. She later said, I tried to see a friendly face somewhere in the crowd, someone who maybe could help. I looked at the face of an old woman, and she seemed a kind face. But when I looked at her again, she spat on me. Even surrounded by hate, Elizabeth looked to the adults for decency, and they failed her. We learn history, so we do not repeat it. Elizabeth hurried towards a bench where Grace Lorch, a teacher, inserted herself between the mob and Elizabeth and shouted, Stop! She is just a child. The echo of history was heard in Temecula outside the CRT workshop, where people had to insert themselves between a grown man yelling at a young girl. We have grown adults that travel to youth sports events to bully a transgender athlete in the name of protecting girls' sport, as they want to go down in the right side of history. Anyone who thinks this morally reprehensible behavior is acceptable needs to re-examine their life choices, as this is not protecting kids, that's targeting them. I ask you this question. Today, if it were 1957 in Little Rock, where would you have stood? With the mob, or quietly and courageously beside the child like Grace Lorch, the woman who shielded Elizabeth, and her family was harassed so badly that she had to flee to Canada. We are still writing history. Let's choose a better path where every child knows that the adults in the room will stand up for them when it matters the most. Thank you.
Thank you. comments. Next, we have board comments. Thank you, Emil. There we go. Mrs. Wiersma, would you like to start with board comments? We can go out of order if you're not ready. You'll go out of order. I will need a point of personal privilege, so can I start? Can I start? Okay. I just wanted to clarify a few things. I wasn't going to make any board comments, but I want to just point out some of the language in our revised policy, and why I think this is such a win is because somebody was mentioning that they felt like we were targeting certain groups of students, but the religious accommodation is for families that want privacy. It's not to single out any certain group. So if you read the language, there's one statement that says this approach reflects California's legal commitment to affirm the rights and dignity of all students, including those who are transgender and gender nonconforming. And then we were really careful making sure that when we worded the AR, let me pull it up, that we didn't single out any students. And so we have two groups. We have accommodation groups and we have the general population. So if you're not requesting an accommodation to dress in a same-sex environment versus a mixed-use space, then that's one group, the accommodation group. The other group is the general population, and that is everyone else. And that's all you need to know. It's everyone else. We don't have to highlight like who's in that population or who's not. We've said that we have mixed-use spaces, and the parents should all know we have mixed-use spaces, and we have these policies divide the accommodation into two groups: families whose students may want privacy, and then everyone else. So I just think that that's important that you note that everyone else is everyone else, and we don't have to make a list of who everyone else is. And this policy is just answering to community members who weren't quite sure, and also giving direction to site administrators when they're not quite sure how to follow up with a request for religious accommodation. I think that's a win for both sides, but again, that's my opinion. And that was the only clarification I wanted to make, is that we're not trying to single out anyone with these policies.
Mr. Schwartz? Yeah, I'll be real quick. It's, I already missed the over-under. 9:30 is the over-under. It's going to cost me a few bucks, but it's well worth it. I did get to go to summer school the other day. Is Joe still here? Ballerwick?
No, he left.
Joe Ballerwick is the principal of summer school. I went with Nicole Deas. We visited kids who were doing credit recovery. We did visited kids who were doing advanced classes. We visited our ESY kids who get extended school year. And it was an amazing, oh, my friend Kelly's out there. Hi, Kelly. Kelly Ortiz is one of our great special ed teachers. And Drew's over there, too. Hi, Drew. I saw both of them there at Chaparral. If you get a chance, go visit. It is just amazing to see what goes on. And the teachers volunteer to do summer school. They don't have to. But the things that were going on were really amazing. The second thing I want to talk about is, but we have to start improving our schools. And without a new bond measure from the state, because all the Measure Y money is gone, we need the money to improve our schools. We want them to be safe, we want them to be up to date, and we want our kids to get the best possible education that they can. So it's really important that we did this work. I know all of us are going to have to dip in our pocket a little bit, but I'm okay with it.
That's not right. It's only the taxpayers that are new, not the rest of us.
I know.
Yeah.
Mrs. Wiersma.
Temecula, these next 3 minutes are going to be really important for me and for you to hear. These are the words that I want to leave you with tonight. Though I'm imperfect, I'm a woman with integrity, and I'm a Christian with high moral standards. I'm ethical. To the best of my ability, I always speak truthfully, even if it's awkward, even if things are hard. This is what I've built my trusteeship on. With words that I've spoken in the past, I'm not changing them. Let it be said, I'm not changing the record of what I have shared. So many times women are afraid to come forward if they feel they have not been treated right, because there's risk, there's public humiliation, there's condemnation. They are afraid of being seen, not heard, and even worse, not believed. It's where the Me Too movement came about, and I understand some of that now. I want to let you know that with the way that some of these things have been orchestrated tonight, I feel it's clearly punitive and it's retaliation intended to harm me personally and politically. I think it sets a terrible precedent for women or even students in this district who may never come forward for the fear of being doubted or made a public spectacle. I don't know what you're going to see in the future. I'm just speaking to it now because it's important for you to know my heart and that I do speak truth. And so if there are things that you read in the days to come, and there's an opportunity for me to speak into context and what's lacking, if it's appropriate, I'm going to do it. I still have such joy in serving no matter what. And here's the thing, truth always matters. Proverbs 12:22 says, "The Lord detests lying lips, but he delights in people who are trustworthy." He loves us all. He knows what's happened. I know that each one of us will be accountable to him someday, and I don't take this lightly. And this is a little out of the norm, but I want to share this with you in the last 30 seconds because it's what encourages my heart. I live for the approval and applause in an audience of one. God bless you and your family, and enjoy your summer.
Thank you, Mrs. Wiersma. Dr. Komrosky? Go ahead, we'll wait for you.
Okay. Is the timer going? That's great. Oh, sorry. Okay, so yeah, first thing, this will be brief. 3 things I want to speak to. Number 1, Mr. Barham, please stop with the straw man mischaracterizations, the Islam terrorism. I simply stood with the Hindu community. I teach my students in logic and critical thinking to follow the principle of charity, and that means you give the benefit of the doubt, the highest possible interpretation from somebody you're listening to. Even if you disagree with them, you want to represent them clearly so that you don't fall into straw man mischaracterizations and straw man fallacies. So I would just say, especially if we are going to be working together in the future, please limit that. I'm happy to have a conversation with you outside of this about my views about other religions and my view of Christianity. We can do that. But until then, I think your comment was egregious. There was a comment from the member of the community. I'll address that. I don't do this very often, but it was just a gross mischaracterization of this leans towards communism. When I said I'm the final arbiter of values, I just want to clarify something. I mean, as an elected trustee, I'm accountable to the parents of the community, not outside of activists or bureaucrats. That's not authoritarianism or communism. That's representative democracy in a constitutional republic. You are a member of the core. That person did that for, I believe, 20 years. That you dishonor to the core even making statements like that. Just check yourself at the door. I was elected to stand for the values of this community, faith, family, safety, fairness, all that, and I took the role seriously. I'm not a rubber stamper. I don't represent Sacramento, leadership of the Activist Teachers Union, Washington, ideological-driven consultants. I'm expected to stand firm for this community. They elected me, and I represent 1/5 of this board, and I will speak to that. But that's what I mean when I'm the final arbiter of values, to where even if the parents don't know what's going on this board, I will vote on their behalf. That's why I was elected to vote, and I told them what I would be voting on. So, yeah, just rebuke that comment. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. And I wonder if you're trying to run a soft campaign up at the board meeting trolling me. I mean, just get over the election. It's already done with since December. Parental rights. Yes. I'm satisfied with this board, all 5 of us moving the needle tonight. It's been painful. It's been like a gasket blowing, an engine blowing a gasket with leaks coming out, but the car's still moving. It's taken 4 iterations. We'll probably be on the 5th with maybe 1 additional thing, but that's actually not a concern of mine at all. So I'm very satisfied with us moving the needle in the subcategory of parental rights with parental notifications. I'm really stoked for that because it's what I ran on multiple times, so that's good. Yeah, that's all I got to say.
Excuse me. I think we did better tonight. I think this was our best meeting. Good news out of our transportation department. If you recall, about 2 or 3 months ago, I asked the transportation department to look into the possibility of adding additional conditional bus routes for the 25-26 school year. Currently, bus routes support only families in the Summers Bend community that attend Temecula Valley High School and Margarita Middle School. Today, I am happy to report that a new conditional area supporting families and students attending TVHS and Margarita. That area will cover the area between Calle Medusa, Calle Girls El Chapos, and Butterfield Stage. We are hopeful that adding this new area will help meet the needs of families and support attendance at Margarita Middle School and TVHS. Thank you, Mr. Lee Darling, our Transportation Director, and Mrs. Lash, for your efforts and continued work in supporting our families and students. I want to address the statement by the Temecula Republican Women's Club. I have asked who wrote this because I would like to say well done, especially the part where the author stated she supported Governor DeSantis, and as a result, her conservative credentials were questioned by many. I understand this because I feel this has been the central issue revolving disunity surrounding this board since the swearing in on December 17th, 2024. There were some conservatives in the community who expected members of the previous board majority to fill the seat of president. Since the election of Dr. Anderson to president, I feel there has never been true reconciliation by certain members on this board or some of their supporters. As a result, there continues to be, like with the author of the Women's Club statement, criticisms of our conservative credentials. Why? Because we chose a different path. I saw it as the district needing a fresh new direction, and I took that path. I spent over $50,000 of my own money because no one knew who I was, and so that I wouldn't be beholden to any one person, PAC, or any other group's methods of executing policy. Conservative? Yes, I am. But one who chooses to work with others who might think differently, one who chooses to work within the boundaries of the law, one who strives to represent everyone within the boundaries of the law, not to target or discriminate, one whose priority is the long-term financial health of the district, and one who chooses Temecula first over other districts and how they choose to operate, one who chooses to think for himself, collaborate when necessary and feasible, but not to be forced into groupthink, and one who above all is a teacher first and ran on a platform of student achievement, academic excellence, and safety above else. Let's reconcile ourselves to the positions we're in. It's the right thing to do for the sake of unity, like the author of the Republican Women's Statement did.
Thank you.
Let's move forward into a period of peace
time.
and celebrate the success of TVUSD.
The next, Dr. Woods.
Yeah, I'm glad you didn't
Would you
forget
like
me.
to
Thank you.
have a superintendent statement?
Thank you. Melanie, thank you for your comments. Greatly appreciated. Thank you. Our team, in the last couple of weeks, have met with 29 principals. It's actually the third time we've done this now in 12 months. Those are all about strategic plans. We're talking about specific schools. We're seeing progress, which the board will learn soon. But thank you to the principals and to the team that joined me in discussing with them on what they're intending to do in their particular schools to help move the needle with many, many of our kids. And as it was mentioned, summer school's off to a great start. The ESY kids were fabulous, as always. And I want to say a special thank you to our M&O and facilities team. If you're around the district a bit, you will see activity just about everywhere. Modernization activity, maintenance and operations type activity, they are unbelievable. It's going to get hot here in the next couple of months, but they'll keep plugging away. And I'm excited to see some of the results of all the work that they've done. I have to leave really early in the morning tomorrow from LAX to Washington, D.C., but it's a privilege because I'll be going with Principal Morton. We'll be receiving a national Middle Schools to Watch Award in Washington, D.C. So on behalf of Temecula Middle School, Mr. Morton and his tremendous team, I'm so excited to go and receive that award. Have a great rest of the summer to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Woods. The next regular open session business.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
We have future agenda items.
okay. I had those crossed off because we didn't have them clarified. Dr. Komorowski, will you
I'm
read
going to
out
ask,
the?
I'm going to ask board consensus to be able to pick up an issue that I was already working with Brian on. Since before my recall, I worked with Jason Vickery, Dr. Velez. She okayed that back at the time when she was interim superintendent. It's to work with kids with behavioral problems to get a pilot program in the school that could be grant funded. And now I've picked up that with Brian, but I want to ask board consensus to continue to work on with him. It's not a rush, but then present that to the board.
Could you put an information item on and ask for consensus? Because I don't know what you're talking about. Can we put information on?
Well, I don't want to reveal all the intellectual property before I bring it to the information. That's what I'm saying. I need time to work with Brian to get information to present to the board. Gary knows
no
about it,
idea.
or Dr. Woods. He's already known that I've worked with Brian.
I mean, I have, let me get you a pen. I have no idea what.
A
you're
program
asking
that
for.
works with kids with behavior that helps them mold their character. Are you listening, Dr. Anderson? You're asking.
I'm kind of looking at the board to see if they're paying attention. I'm
I'm
looking.
listening, but I need more
I'm
information.
looking around trying to get
before I
everyone's,
can-
I'm seeing if people are
before I
yes
can
or
vote for
no.
it.
Okay, so I got
He's
three
just- he's
yeses.
just looking for- he's
Yeah,
just
I'm just
looking-
getting
Okay.
information. Okay.
That's all. I was looking back and forth like, is he a yes? What is Gary saying? I'm looking around for body language.
sorry.
Okay, so you have consensus. We just got 3 yeses.
All right.
So that's, and then you'll present something on information.
And it'll probably be in August. I'm not even
That's
thinking
fine.
July. It'll,
Okay,
yeah.
so board consensus for you to work on that. Is there any other future agenda items?
I have one.
Yeah?
Yeah. Mr. Balawag is scheduled to present in July for the grading subcommittee
Mhm.
based on what he learned in terms of uniform grading policies in math, yeah, and
so-
grade inflation and the D for high school math. He was scheduled to do that. for-
Okay.
Yeah,
So
he's just going
that's
to present.
Presentation on high school, on grading practices. Is there anything else?
I have a thought. I don't know if this is going to be discussed. I haven't seen it on any future schedule. But in terms of cell phones, there's a lot of talk throughout the state in terms of what districts are doing, making sure it's limited, how it affects the academic environment. That might be something to
I think
speak
we're going to
to.
have to eventually do something about it because it was, so we can put that on future agenda item.
Yep.
Okay.
Agreed.
Lene, will you keep track of that? So if I try to pull them off the agenda, you'll let me know that we had consensus to put that on.
And the yeah.
And then we have the governance
We'll have the
handbook.
governance handbook.
We'll have it done.
We'll have it done.
Okay. And I think you guys are going to meet with other people about that. Okay. The next regular open session business meeting of the Governing Board of Education is scheduled for June 24th, 2025. This meeting is adjourned on Tuesday, June 24th, 2025 at 10:09 p.m.